Homily 43, Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew, by St. John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 43, Matthew 12, 38 through 45. Then certain of the scribes and Pharisees answered him, saying, Master, we would see a sign from thee. But he answered and said, An evil and adulterous generation seeketh after a sign, and there shall no sign be given to it, but the sign of the prophet Jonas. Could then anything be more foolish than these men, not more impious only, who after so many miracles, as though none had been wrought, say, We would see a sign from thee? With what intent then did they so speak, that they might lay hold of him again? For since by his words he had stopped their mouths, once and twice and often, and had checked their shameless tongue, they come to his works again, at which also the evangelist marveling again said, Then certain of the scribes answered him, asking a sign. Then, when? When they ought to be stooping before him, to admire, to be amazed and give way. Then they desist not from their wickedness. And see their words too, teeming with flattery and dissimulation, for they thought to draw him towards them in that way. And now they insult, now they flatter him, now calling him a demoniac, now again master, both out of an evil mind, how contrary soever the words they speak. Wherefore also he rebukes them severely. And when they were questioning him roughly and insulting him, he reasoned with them gently. When they were flattering, reproachfully, and with great severity, implying that he is superior to either passion, and is neither at the one time moved to anger, nor at the other softened by flattery. And see his reproach, that it is not merely hard words, but contains a demonstration of their wickedness. For what saith he? An evil and adulterous generation seeketh after a sign. Now what he saith is to this effect. What marvel if ye behave so to me, who have been hitherto unknown to you, when even to the Father, of whom ye have had so much experience, ye have done the very same. Forsaking him, ye have run unto the devils, drawing to yourselves wicked lovers. With this Ezekiel too was continually upbraiding them. Now by these sayings he signified himself to be of one accord with his Father, and them to be doing nothing new. He was also unfolding their secrets, how with hypocrisy and as enemies they were making their demand. Therefore he called them an evil generation, because they have been always ungrateful towards their benefactors, because upon favors they become worse, which belongs to extreme wickedness. And he called it adulterous, declaring both their former and their present unbelief, whereby he implies himself again to be equal to the Father, if at least the not believing him makes it adulterous. Then after his reproach what saith he? There shall no sign be given to it, but the sign of Jonas the prophet. Now he is striking the first note of the doctrine of his resurrection, and confirming it by the type. What then, one may say, was no sign given it? None was given to it on asking. For not to bring in them did he work his signs, for he knew them to be hardened, but in order to amend others. Either then this may be said, or that they were not to receive such a sign as that was. For a sign did befall them, when by their own punishment they learned his power. Here he speaks as threatening, and with this very meaning obscurely conveyed, as if he said, Innumerable benefits have I showed forth, none of these hath drawn you to me, neither were ye willing to adore my power. Ye shall know therefore my might by the contrary tokens, when ye shall see your city cast down to the ground, the walls also dismantled, the temple become a ruin, when ye shall be cast out both from your former citizenship and freedom, and shall again go about everywhere, houseless and in exile. For all these things came to pass after the cross. These things therefore shall be to you for great signs, and indeed it is an exceeding great sign, that their ills remain unchanged, that although 10,000 have attempted it, no one hath been able to reverse the judgment once gone forth against them. All this, however, he saith not, but leaves it to after time to make it clear to them. But for the present he is making trial of the doctrine of his resurrection, which they were to come to know by the things which they should afterward suffer. For as Jonas, saith he, was 3 days and 3 nights in the whale's belly, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. Thus he said not indeed openly that he should rise again, since they would have even laughed him to scorn, but he intimated it in such manner that they might believe him to have foreknown it. For as to their being aware of it, they say to Pilate, that deceiver said, these are their words, while he was yet alive, after 3 days I will rise again. And yet we know his disciples were ignorant of this, even as they had been beforehand more void of understanding than these. Wherefore also these became self-condemned. But see how exactly he expresses it, even though in a dark saying. For he said not, in the earth, but in the heart of the earth, that he might designate his very sepulchre, and that no one might suspect a mere semblance. And for this intent too did he allow 3 days, that the fact of his death might be believed. For not by the cross only doth he make it certain, and by the sight of all men, but also by the time of those days. For to the resurrection indeed all succeeding time was to bear witness, but the cross, unless it had at the time many signs bearing witness to it, would have been disbelieved, and with this disbelief would have gone utter disbelief of the resurrection also. Therefore he calls it also a sign. But had he not been crucified, the sign would not have been given. For this cause too he brings forward the type, that the truth might be believed. For tell me, was Jonah in the whale's belly a mere appearance? Nay, thou canst not say so. Therefore neither was Christ in the heart of the earth such. For surely the type is not in truth, and the truth in mere appearance. For this cause we everywhere show forth his death, both in the mysteries, and in baptism, and in all the rest. Therefore Paul also cries with a clear voice, God forbid that I should glory, save in the cross of our Lord Jesus Christ. Whence it is clear that they who are diseased in Marcion's way are children of the devil, blotting out these truths, to avoid the annulling whereof Christ did so many things, while to have them annulled the devil took such manifold pains, I mean his cross and his passion. Therefore he said elsewhere also, destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it up. And the days will come when the bridegroom shall be taken away from them. And here there shall be no sign given it, but the sign of Jonas the prophet, declaring both that he should die, and the ox that knoweth his owner, and the ass that remembereth his crib. Even so here too, when he had by comparison set forth their perverseness, he speaks afterwards of their punishment also. What then can this saying mean? As the possessed, saith he, when delivered from that infirmity, should they be at all remiss, draw upon themselves their delusion more grievous than ever. Even so it is with you. For before also ye were possessed by a devil, when ye were worshipping idols, and were slaying your sons to the devils, exhibiting great madness. Nevertheless I forsook you not, but cast out that devil by the prophets, and again in mine own person I am come, willing to cleanse you more entirely. Since then you will not attend, but have wrecked yourselves in greater wickedness. For to kill prophets was a crime not nearly so great and grievous as to slay him. Therefore your sufferings will be more grievous than the former, those at Babylon, I mean, and in Egypt, and under the first Antiochus, because what things befell them in the time of Vespasian and Titus were very far more grievous than those. Wherefore also he said, there shall be great tribulation, such as never was, neither shall be. But not this only doth the illustration declare, but that they should be also utterly destitute of all virtue, and more assailable by the power of the devils than at that time. For then, even although they sinned, yet were there also among them such as acted uprightly, and God's providence was present with them, and the grace of the Spirit, tending, correcting, fulfilling all its part. But now of this guardianship too they shall be utterly deprived. So he tells them, so that there is now both a greater scarcity of virtue, and a more intense affliction, and a more tyrannical operation of the devils. Ye know accordingly, even in our generation, when he who surpassed all in impiety, I mean Julian, was transported with his fury, how they ranged themselves with the heathens, how they courted their party, so that even if they seem to be in some small degree chastened now, the fear of the emperors makes them quiet, since if it were not for that, far worse than the former had been their daring. For in all their other evil works they surpassed their predecessors. Sorceries, magic arts, impurities, they exhibit in great excess. And amongst the rest, moreover, strong as is the curb which holds them down, they have often made seditions, and risen up against kings, which has resulted in their being pierced through with the worst of evils. Where now are they that seek after signs? Let them hear that a considerate mind is needed, and if this be wanting, signs are of no profit. See, for instance, how the Ninevites without signs believed, while these, after so many miracles, grew worse, and made themselves an habitation of innumerable devils, and brought on themselves 10,000 calamities, and very naturally. For when a man, being once delivered from his ills, fails to be corrected, he will suffer far worse than before. Yea, therefore he said, he finds no rest, to indicate that positively and of necessity such an one will be overtaken by the ambush of the devils, since surely by these two things he ought to have been sobered, by his former sufferings and by his deliverance, or rather a third thing also is added, the threat of having still worse to endure. But yet by none of these were they made better. All this might be seasonably said, not of them only, but of us also, when after having been enlightened and delivered from our former ills, we again cleave unto the same wickedness, for more grievous also thenceforth will be the punishment of our subsequent sins. Therefore to the sick of the palsy also Christ said, Behold, thou art made whole, sin no more, lest a worse thing come unto thee. And this to a man who was 38 years in his infirmity. And what, one might ask, was he to suffer worse than this? Something far worse, and more intolerable. For far be it from us, that we should endure as much as we are capable of enduring. For God is at no loss for inflictions. According to the greatness of his mercy, so also is his wrath. With this he charges Jerusalem also by Ezekiel. I saw thee, saith he, polluted in blood, and I washed thee, and anointed thee, and thou hadst renown for thy beauty, and thou pouredst out thy fornications, saith he, on those who dwell near thee. Wherefore also the more grievous are his threatenings to thee when thou sinnest. But from hence infer not the punishment only, but also the boundless long-suffering of God. How often at least have we put our hands to the same evil deeds, and yet he suffers long. But let us not be sanguine, but fear, since Pharaoh too, had he been taught by the first plague, would not have experienced the later ones. He would not afterwards have been drowned, his host and all together. And this I say, because I know many, who like Pharaoh are even now saying, I know not God, and making those that are in their power cleave to the clay and to the bricks. How many, though God bids them assuage their threatening, cannot bear so much as to relax the toil? But we have no Red Sea now to pass through afterwards. But we have a sea of fire, a sea not like that, either in kind or in size, but far greater and fiercer, having its waves of fire, of some strange and horrible fire. A great abyss is there, of most intolerable flame. Since everywhere fire may be seen roving quickly round, like some savage wild beast. And if here the sensible and material fire leaped like a wild beast out of the furnace, and sprang upon those who were sitting without, what will not that other fire do to such as have fallen into it? Concerning that day hear the prophets saying, The day of the Lord is incurable, full of anger and wrath. For there will be none to stand by, none to rescue, nowhere the face of Christ so mild and calm. But as those who work in the mines are delivered over to certain cruel men, and see none of their friends, but those only that are set over them, so will it be then also, or rather not so, but even far more grievous. For here it is possible to go unto the king, and entreat, and free the condemned person. But there, no longer. For he permits it not, but they continue in the scorching torment, and in so great anguish as it is not possible for words to tell. For if, when any are in flames here, no speech can describe their sharp pangs, much less theirs, who suffer it in that place, since here indeed all is over in a brief point of time, but in that place there is burning indeed, and what is burnt is not consumed. What then shall we do there? For to myself also do I say these things. But if thou, saith one, who art our teacher, speakest so of thyself, I care no more. For what wonder should I be punished? Nay, I entreat, let no man seek this consolation, for this is no refreshment at all. For tell me, was not the devil an incorporeal power? Was he not superior to men? Yet he fell away. Is there any one who will derive consolation from being punished along with him? By no means. What of all who were in Egypt? Did they not see those also punished who were in high places, and every house in mourning? Were they then hereby refreshed and comforted? No, surely. And it is manifest by what they did afterwards, as men tortured by some kind of fire, rising up together against the king, and compelling him to cast out the people of the Hebrews. Yea, and very unmeaning is this saying, to suppose that it gives comfort to be punished with all men, to say, as all, so I too. For why should I speak of hell? Think, I pray you, of those that are seized with gout, how when they are racked by sharp pain, although you show them 10,000 suffering worse, they do not so much as take it into their mind. For the intensity of their anguish allows not their reason any leisure for thinking of others, and so finding consolation. Let us not then feed ourselves with these cold hopes. For to receive consolation from the ills of our neighbors takes place in ordinary sufferings. But when the torment is excessive, and all our inward parts full of tempest, and the soul is now come to be unable so much as to know itself, whence shall it derive consolation? So that all these sayings are an absurdity, and fables of foolish children. For this of which thou speakest takes place in dejection, and in moderate dejection, when we are told, the same thing hath befallen such an one. But sometimes not even in dejection. Now, if in that case it hath no strength, much less in the anguish and burden unspeakable, which the gnashing of teeth indicates. And I know that I am galling you, and giving you pain by these words, but what can I do? For I would fain not speak thus, but be conscious of virtue both in myself and in all of you. But since we are in sins, the more part of us, who will grant me ability to pain you indeed, and to penetrate the understanding of them that hear me? Then might I so be at rest. But now I fear lest any despise my sayings, and their punishments become the greater for their indifferent way of hearing. Since when a master utters a threat, should one of the fellow servants hear and make light of his menace, not without punishment would he hasten by him, provoked as he is, but rather it would be a ground for increasing his chastisement. Wherefore I entreat you, let us pierce our own hearts when we hear his sayings regarding hell. For nothing is more delightful than this discourse, by how much nothing is more bitter than the reality. But how delightful to be told of hell, one may ask? Because it were so far from delight to fall into hell, which result are words that appear so galling, keep off. And before this they furnish another pleasure, in that they brace up our souls, and make us more reverent, and elevate the mind, and give wings to the thoughts, and cast out the desires that so mischievously beset us. And the thing becomes a cure. Wherefore to proceed, together with the punishment, let me speak also of the shame. For as the Jews shall then be condemned by the Ninevites, so we too by many that seem beneath us now. Let us imagine then how great the mockery, how great the condemnation. Let us imagine, and cast some foundation at length, some door of repentance. To myself I say these things. To myself first I give this advice, and let no one be angry, as though he were condemned. Let us enter upon the narrow way. How long shall it be luxury? How long sloth? Have we not had enough of indolence, mirth, procrastination? Will it not be the same over again, feasting, surfeiting, and expense, and wealth, and acquisitions, and buildings? And what is the end? Death. What is the end? Ashes, and dust, and coffins, and worms. Let us show forth then a new kind of life. Let us make earth heaven. Let us hereby show the Greeks of how great blessings they are deprived. For when they behold in us good conversation, they will look upon the very face of the kingdom of heaven. Yea, when they see us gentle, pure from wrath, from evil desire, from envy, from covetousness, rightly fulfilling all our other duties, they will say, if the Christians are become angels here, what will they be after their departure hence? If where they are strangers they shine so bright, how great will they become when they shall have won their native land? Thus they too will be reformed, and the word of godliness will have free course, not less than in the apostles' times. For if they, being 12, converted entire cities and countries, were we all to become teachers by our careful conduct, imagine how high our cause will be exalted. For not even a dead man raised so powerfully attracts the Greeks as a person practicing self-denial. At that indeed he will be amazed, but by this he will be profited. That is done, and is passed away, but this abides, and is constant culture to his soul. Let us take heed therefore to ourselves, that we may gain them also. I say nothing burdensome. I say not, do not marry. I say not, forsake cities, and withdraw thyself from public affairs, but being engaged in them, show virtue. Yea, and such as are busy in the midst of cities, I would fain have more approved than such as have occupied the mountains. Wherefore, because great is the profit thence arising. For no man lighteth a candle, and setteth it under the bushel. Therefore I would that all the candles were set upon the candlestick, that the light might wax great. Let us kindle then his fire. Let us cause them that are sitting in darkness to be delivered from their error. And tell me not, I have a wife, and children belonging to me, and a master of a household, and cannot duly practice all this. For though thou hadst none of these, yet if thou be careless, all is lost. Though thou art encompassed with all these, yet if thou be earnest, thou shalt attain unto virtue. For there is but one thing that is wanted, the preparation of a generous mind. And neither age, nor poverty, nor wealth, nor reverse of fortune, nor anything else will be able to impede thee. Since in fact both old and young, and men having wives, and bringing up children, and working at crafts, and serving as soldiers, have duly performed all that is enjoined. For so Daniel was young, and Joseph a slave, and Aquila wrought at a craft, and the woman who sold purple was over a workshop, and another was the keeper of a prison, and another a centurion, as Cornelius, and another in ill health, as Timothy, and another a runaway, as Onesimus. But nothing proved an hindrance to any of these, but all were approved, both men and women, both young and old, both slaves and free, both soldiers and people. Let us not then make vain pretext, but let us provide a thoroughly good mind, and whatsoever we may be, we shall surely attain to virtue, and arrive at the good things to come. By the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, with whom be unto the Father, together with the Holy Ghost, glory, might, honor, now and ever, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 43. End of Homilies 25 through 43 of St. John Chrysostom's commentary on the Gospel according to St. Matthew, which includes the miracles and teachings of the Lord Jesus Christ. Homilies translated by the Reverend Sir George Prevost. Homily 3, St. John Chrysostom. Homilies on the Gospel of St. Matthew, translated by the Reverend Sir George Prevost, M.A. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 3, Matthew 1, 1 through 16. The book of the generation of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham. Behold, a third discourse, and we have not yet made an end of the prefatory matter. It was not then for naught that I said, it is the nature of these thoughts to have a great depth. Come then, let us speak today what remains. What is it then that is now required? Why, Joseph's genealogy is traced, who had no part in the birth. And one cause we have mentioned already, but it is necessary to mention likewise the other, that which is more mystical and secret than the first. What then is this? He would not that it should be manifest to the Jews at the time of the birth, that Christ was born of a virgin. Nay, be not troubled at the strangeness of the saying, for it is no statement of mine, but of our fathers, wonderful and illustrious men. For if he disguised many things from the first, calling himself Son of Man, and hath not everywhere clearly unfolded to us even his equality with the Father, why dost thou wonder at his having for a time disguised this also, taking order as he was for a certain great and marvelous purpose, and would have condemned her for adultery? For if in regard to the other matters, for which they had frequent precedents likewise in the old dispensation, they were quite shameless in their obstinacy, for so, because he had cast out devils, they called him possessed, and because he healed on the Sabbath day, they supposed him to be an adversary of God, and yet oftentimes even before this had the Sabbath been broken. What would they not have said if this had been told them, especially as they had all time before this on their side, and that it never had produced any such thing? For if after so many miracles they still called him son of Joseph, how before the miracles would they have believed that he was born of a virgin? It is then for this reason that both Joseph has his genealogy traced, and the virgin betrothed to him. For if even he, who was both a just and wondrous man, required many things, in order that he should receive that which had come to pass, an angel, and the vision in dreams, and the testimony from the prophets, how could the Jews, being both dull and depraved, and of so unfriendly spirit towards him, have admitted this idea into their minds? For the strangeness and novelty thereof would be sure greatly to disturb them, and the fact that they had never so much as heard of such a thing having happened in the times of their forefathers. For as the man who was once persuaded that he is Son of God, would after that have no cause to doubt concerning this too, so he who was accounting him to be a deceiver and an adversary of God,
how could he but have been yet more offended by this, and have been led on unto the opposite notion? For this cause neither do the apostles at the first directly say this, but while of his resurrection they discourse much and often, forasmuch as of this there were examples in the times before, although not such as this. That he was born of a virgin they do not say always, nay, not even his mother herself ventured to utter this. See, for instance, what saith the Virgin even to himself, Behold, thy father and I have sought thee. For if this suspicion had been entertained, neither would he any longer have been accounted to be a son of David. And this opinion not being held, many other evils besides would have arisen. For this cause neither do the angels say these things to all, but to Mary only, and Joseph. But when showing to the shepherds the glad tidings of that which was come to pass, they no longer added this. But why is it that having mentioned Abraham, and having said that he begat Isaac, and Isaac Jacob, and not having made any mention of his brother, when he is come to Jacob, he remembers both Judah and his brethren? Now there are some that say, it was because of the perverseness of Esau, and of the rest that came before. But I should not say this, for if it were so, how is it that he a little after mentions such women? It being out of contraries in this place, that his glory is manifested, not by having great forefathers, but low and of little account. For to the lofty one it is a great glory, to be able to abase himself exceedingly. Wherefore then did he not mention them? Because Saracens and Ishmaelites and Arabians, and as many as are sprung from those ancestors, have nothing in common with the race of the Israelites. For this cause then he passes over those in silence, and hastens on to his forefathers, and those of the Jewish people. Wherefore he saith, And Jacob begat Judas and his brethren. For at this point the race of the Jews begins to have its peculiar mark. And Judas begat Phares and Zerah of Thamar. What doest thou, O man, putting us in remembrance of a history that contains an unlawful intercourse? But why is this said? Since if we were recounting the race of a mere man, one might naturally have been silent touching these things. But if of God incarnate, so far from being silent, one ought to make a glory of them, showing forth his tender care and his power. Yea, it was for this cause he came, not to escape our disgraces, but to bear them away. Therefore, as he is the more admired, in that he not only died, but was even crucified, though the thing be opprobrious, yet the more opprobrious, the more doth it show him full of love to man. So likewise may we speak touching his birth. It is not only because he took flesh upon him, and became man, that we justly stand amazed at him, but because he vouchsafed to have also such kinsfolk, being in no respect ashamed of our evils. And this he was proclaiming from the very beginnings of his birth, that he is ashamed of none of those things that belong to us, while he teaches us also hereby, never to hide our face at our forefathers' wickedness, but to seek after one thing alone, even virtue. For such a man, though he have an alien for his ancestor, though he have a mother who is a prostitute, or what you will, can take no hurt thereby. For if the whoremonger himself, being changed, is nothing disgraced by his former life, much more will the wickedness of his ancestry have no power to bring to shame him that is sprung of an harlot or an adulteress, if he be virtuous. But he did these things not only to instruct us, but also to bring down the haughtiness of the Jews. For since they, negligent about virtue in their own souls, were parading the name of Abraham, thinking they had for a plea their forefathers' virtue, he shows from the very beginning that it is not in these things men ought to glory, but in their own good deeds. Besides this, he is establishing another point also, to show that all are under sin, even their forefathers themselves. At least their patriarch and namesake is shown to have committed no small sin, for Thamar stands against him, to accuse his whoredom. And David too had Solomon by the wife whom he corrupted. But if by the great ones the law was not fulfilled, much more by the less. And if it was not fulfilled, all have sinned, and Christ's coming is become necessary. For this cause he made mention also of the 12 patriarchs, by this again bringing down their pride at the noble birth of their fathers. Because many of these also were born of women that were slaves, but nevertheless the difference of the parents did not make a difference in the children. For all were equally both patriarchs and heads of tribes. For this is the precedence of the Church, this the prerogative of the nobility that is among us, taking its type from the beginning, so that whether thou be bond or free, thou hast from thence nothing more nor less. But the question is all about one thing only, namely, the mind, and the disposition of the soul. But besides what we have said, there is another cause also, wherefore he hath mentioned even this history. For to be sure, Zerah's name was not cast at random on that of Phares, for indeed it was irrelevant and superfluous, when he had mentioned Phares, from whom he was to trace Christ's genealogy, to mention Zerah also. Wherefore then did he mention him? When Thamar was on the point of giving birth to them, the pangs having come upon her, Zerah put forth his hand first. Then the midwife, when she saw this, in order that the first should be known, bound his hand with scarlet. But the child, when he was bound, drew in his hand, and when he had drawn it in, Phares came forth first, and then Zerah. The midwife, when she saw this, said, Why was the hedge broken up for thee? Seest thou the dark expression of mysteries? For it was not without purpose that these things were recorded for us, since neither was it worth our study to learn what it might be that the midwife said, nor worth a narrative to know that he who came out second put forth his hand first. What then is the mysterious lesson? First, from the name of the child we learn what is inquired, for Phares is a division and a breach, and moreover from the thing itself which took place. For it was not in the order of nature that, having thrust out his hand, he should draw it in again when bound. These things neither belong to a movement directed by reason, nor did they take place in the way of natural consequence. For after the hand had found its way out, that another child should come forth before was perhaps not unnatural. But that he should draw it back, and give a passage for another, was no longer after the manner of children at the birth, but the grace of God was present with the children, ordering these things, and sketching out for us by them a sort of image of the things that were to come. What then? Some of those who have examined these things accurately say that these children are a type of the 2 nations, and so in order that thou mightest learn that the polity of the latter people shone forth previously to the origin of the former. The child that hath the hand stretched forth doth not show itself entire, but draws even it in again, and after his brother had glided forth whole, then he too appears entire. And this took place also with regard to the 2 nations. I mean that after the polity of the Church had been manifested in the times of Abraham, and then had been withdrawn in the midst of its course, the Jewish people came, and the legal polity, And then the new people appeared entire with their own laws. Wherefore also the midwife saith, Why was the hedge broken up for thee? Because the law coming in had broken in upon the freedom of the polity. For indeed the Scripture is ever wont to call the law a hedge, as the prophet saith, Thou hast broken down her hedge, so that all they which pass by the way do pluck off her grapes. And I have set a hedge about it, and Paul, having broken down the middle wall of the hedge. But others say that the saying, Why was the hedge broken up for thee, was spoken touching the new people, for this at its coming put down the law. Seest thou that it was not for few nor small causes that he brought to our remembrance the whole history concerning Judah? For this end he hath mentioned Ruth also, and Rahab, the one an alien, the other an harlot, that thou mayest learn that he came to do away with all our ills. For he hath come as a physician, not as a judge. Therefore, in like manner as those of old took harlots for wives, even so God too espoused unto himself the nature which had played the harlot. And this also prophets from the beginning declare to have taken place with respect to the synagogue. But that spouse was ungrateful towards him who had been an husband to her, whereas the church, when once delivered from the evils received from our fathers, continued to embrace the bridegroom. See, for instance, what befell Ruth, how like it is to the things which belong to us. For she was both of a strange race, and reduced to the utmost poverty. Yet Boaz, when he saw her, neither despised her poverty, nor abhorred her mean birth, as Christ, having received the church, being both an alien and in much poverty, took her to be partaker of the great blessings. But even as Ruth, if she had not before left her father, and renounced household and race, country and kindred, would not have attained unto this alliance, so the church too, having forsaken the customs which men had received from their fathers, then, and not before, became lovely to the bridegroom. Of this therefore the prophet discourses unto her, and saith, Forget thy people, and thy father's house, so shall the king have pleasure in thy beauty. This Ruth did too, and because of this she became a mother of kings, even as the church did likewise. For of her David himself sprung. So then, to shame them by all these things, and to prevail on them not to be high-minded, he hath both composed the genealogy, and brought forward these women. Yes, for this last, through those who intervened, was parent to the great king, and of these David is not ashamed. For it cannot, nay, it cannot be that a man should be good or bad, obscure or glorious, either by the virtue or by the vice of his forefathers. But if one must say somewhat even paradoxical, he shines forth the more, who not being of worthy ancestors, has yet become excellent. Let no one therefore be high-minded on account of these matters, but let him consider the forefathers of the Lord, and put away all his haughtiness, and let good actions be his pride, or rather not even these. For thus it was that the Pharisee came to be inferior to the publican. Thus, if thou wouldest show the good work to be great, have no high thought, and thou hast proved it so much the greater. Make account that thou hast done nothing, and then thou hast done all. For if, being sinners, when we account ourselves to be what we are, we become righteous, as indeed the publican did, how much more, when being righteous we account ourselves to be sinners? Since if out of sinners men are made righteous by a lowly mind, although this were not to be lowly minded but to be right minded. If then to be right-minded avails so much in the case of sinners, consider what will not lowliness of mind do with respect to righteous men. Do not then mar thy labours, nor cast away from thee the fruits of thy toils. Neither run thou in vain, making frustrate all thy labour after the many courses thou hast run. Nay, for thy Lord knows thy good works better than thou dost. Though thou give but a cup of cold water, not even this doth he overlook. Though thou contribute but a farthing, though thou shouldest utter a sigh only, he receives it all with great favour and is mindful thereof, and assigns for it great rewards. But wherefore dost thou search out thine own doings, and bring them out before us continually? Knowest thou not that if thou praise thyself, God will no more praise thee? Even as if thou bewail thyself, he will not cease proclaiming thee before all. For it is not at all his will that thy labours should be disparaged. Why do I say disparaged? Nay, he is doing and contriving all things, so that even for little he may crown thee. And he goes about seeking excuses, whereby thou mayest be delivered from hell. For this cause, though thou shouldest work but the 11th hour of the day, he gives thy wages entire. And though thou afford no ground of salvation, he saith, I do it for mine own sake, that my name be not profaned. Though thou shouldest sigh only, though thou shouldest only weep, all these things he quickly catches hold of, for an occasion of saving thee. Let us not therefore lift up ourselves, but let us declare ourselves unprofitable, that we may become profitable. For if thou call thyself approved, thou art become unprofitable, though thou wert approved. But if useless, thou art become profitable, even though thou wert reprobate. Wherefore it is necessary to forget our good actions. Yet how is it possible, one may say, not to know these things with which we are well acquainted? How sayest thou? Offending thy Lord perpetually, thou livest delicately, and laughest, and dost not so much as know that thou hast sinned, but is consigned all to oblivion. And of thy good actions canst thou not put away the memory? And yet fear is a stronger kind of thing. But we do the very contrary. On the one hand, whilst each day we are offending, we do not so much as put it before our mind. On the other, if we give a little money to a poor person, this we are ever revolving. This kind of conduct comes of utter madness, and it is a very great loss to him who so makes his reckoning. For the secure storehouse of good works is to forget our good works. And as with regard to raiment and gold, when we expose them in a marketplace, we attract many ill-meaning persons. But if we put them by at home and hide them, we shall deposit them all in security. Even so with respect to our good deeds. If we are continually keeping them in memory, we provoke the Lord, we arm the enemy, we invite him to steal them away. But if no one know of them, besides him who alone ought to know, they will lie in safety. Be not therefore forever parading them, lest someone should take them away. As was the case with the Pharisee for bearing them about on his lips, whence also the devil caught them away. And yet it was with thanksgiving he made mention of them, and referred the whole to God. But not even did this suffice him. For it is not thanksgiving to revile others, to be vainglorious before many, to exalt oneself against them that have offended. Rather, if thou art giving thanks to God, be content with him only, and publish it not unto men, neither condemn thy neighbour, for this is not thanksgiving. Wouldest thou learn words of thanksgiving? Hearken unto the 3 children, saying, We have sinned, we have transgressed. Thou art righteous, O Lord, in all that thou hast done unto us, because thou hast brought all things upon us by a true judgment. For to confess one's own sins, this is to give thanks with confession unto God, a kind of thing which implies one to be guilty of numberless offences, yet not to have the due penalty exacted. This man most of all is the giver of thanks. Let us beware therefore of saying anything about ourselves, for this renders us both odious with men and abominable to God. For this reason, the greater the good works we do, the less let us say of ourselves, this being the way to reap the greatest glory both with men and with God, or rather, not only glory from God, but a reward, yea, a great recompense. Demand not therefore a reward, that thou mayest receive a reward. Confess thyself to be saved by grace, that he may profess himself a debtor to thee, and not for thy good works only, but also for such rightness of mind. For when we do good works, we have him debtor for our good works only. But when we do not so much as think we have done any good work, then also for this disposition itself, and more for this than for the other things, so that this is equivalent to our good works. For should this be absent, neither will they appear great. For in the same way we too, when we have servants, do then most approve them when, after having performed all their service with good will, they do not think they have done anything great. Wherefore, if thou wouldest make thy good deeds great, do not think them to be great, and then they will be great. It was in this way that the centurion also said, I am not fit that thou shouldest enter under my roof. Because of this he became worthy, and was marvelled at above all Jews. On this wise again Paul saith, I am not meet to be called an apostle. Because of this he became even first of all. So likewise John, I am not meet to loose the latchet of his shoe. Because of this he was the friend of the bridegroom, and the hand which he affirmed to be unworthy to touch his shoes, this did Christ draw unto his own head. So Peter too said, Depart from me, for I am a sinful man. Because of this he became a foundation of the church. For nothing is so acceptable to God as to number oneself with the last. This is a first principle of all practical wisdom. For he that is humbled and bruised in heart will not be vainglorious, will not be wrathful, will not envy his neighbor, will not harbor any other passion. For neither when a hand is bruised, though we strive 10,000 times, shall we be able to lift it up on high. If therefore we were thus to bruise our heart likewise, though it were stirred by 10,000 swelling passions, it could not be lifted up, no, not ever so little. For if a man, by mourning for things pertaining to this life, drives out all the diseases of his soul, much more will he, who mourns for sins, enjoy the blessing of self-restraint. But who, one may say, will be able thus to bruise his own heart? Listen to David, who became illustrious chiefly because of this, and see the contrition of his soul. How after 10,000 good works, when he was on the point of being deprived of country and home and life itself, at the very season of his calamity, seeing a vile and outcast common soldier trample on the turn of his fortunes and revile him, so far from reviling him again, he utterly forbade one of his captains, who was desirous to have slain him, saying, Let him alone, for the Lord hath bidden him. And again, when the priest desired to carry about the ark of God with him, he did not permit it. But what doth he say? Let me set it down in the temple, And if God deliver me from the dangers that are before me, I shall see the beauty thereof. But if he say to me, I have no delight in thee, behold, here I am, let him do to me as seemeth good unto him. And that which was done with regard to Saul again and again, even oftentimes, what excellence of self-restraint doth it not show? Yea, for he even surpassed the old law, and came near to the apostolic injunctions. For this cause he bore with contentedness all that came from the Lord's hands, not contending against what befell him, but aiming at one object alone, namely, in everything to obey and follow the laws set by him. And when, after so many noble deeds on his part, he saw the tyrant, the parricide, the murderer of his own brother, that injurious, that frenzied one, possessing in his stead his own kingdom, not even so was he offended. But if this please God, saith he, that I should be chaste, and wander, and flee, and that he should be in honour, I acquiesce, and accept it, and do thank God for his many afflictions. Not like many of the shameless and impudent ones, who when they have not done, know not the least part of his good works, yet if they see any in prosperity, and themselves enduring a little discouragement, ruin their own souls by 10,000 blasphemies. But David was not such an one, rather he showed forth all modesty. Wherefore also God said, I have found David, the son of Jesse, a man after mine own heart. Such a spirit as this let us to acquire, and whatever we may suffer we shall bear it easily, and before the kingdom we shall reap here the gain accruing from lowliness of mind. Thus learn, saith he, of me, for I am meek and lowly in heart, and ye shall find rest unto your souls. Therefore, in order that we may enjoy rest both here and hereafter, let us with great diligence implant in our souls the mother of all things that are good, I mean humility. For thus we shall be enabled both to pass over the sea of this life without waves, and to end our voyage in that calm harbour. By the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory and might for ever and ever. Amen. End of Homily 3.
Homily 30. Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew by St. John Chrysostom. Translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 30, Matthew 9, 9-17. And as Jesus passed forth from thence, he saw a man sitting at the receipt of custom, named Matthew, and he saith unto him, Follow me. For when he had performed the miracle, he did not remain, lest, being in sight, he should kindle their jealousy the more. But he indulges them by retiring, and soothing their passion. This, then, let us also do, not encountering them that are plotting against us. Let us rather soothe their wound, giving way and relaxing their vehemence. But wherefore did he not call him together with Peter and John and the rest? As in their case he had come at that time, when he knew the men would obey him. So Matthew also he then called when he was assured he would yield himself. And therefore Paul again he took as a fisher his prey after the resurrection, because he who is acquainted with the hearts, and knows the secrets of each man's mind, knew also when each of these would obey. Therefore not at the beginning did he call him, when he was yet in rather a hardened state, but after his countless miracles, and the great fame concerning him, when he knew him to have actually become more prepared for obedience. And we have cause also to admire the self-denial of the evangelist,
how he disguises not his own former life, but adds even his name, when the others had concealed him under another appellation. But why did he say he was sitting at the receipt of custom? To indicate the power of him that called him, that it was not when he had left off or forsaken this wicked trade, but from the midst of the evils he drew him up, much as he converted the blessed Paul also when frantic and raging, and darting fire, which thing he himself makes a proof of the power of him that called him, saying to the Galatians, Ye have heard of my conversation in time past in the Jews' religion, how that beyond measure I persecuted the church of God. And the fishermen too he called when they were in the midst of their business. But that was a craft not indeed in bad report, but of men rather rudely bred, not mingling with others, and endowed with great simplicity. Whereas the pursuit now in question was one full of all insolence and boldness, and a mode of gain whereof no fair account could be given, a shameless traffic, a robbery under cloak of law. Yet nevertheless he who uttered the call was ashamed of none of these things. And why talk I of his not being ashamed of a publican, since even with regard to a harlot woman, so far from being ashamed to call her, he actually permitted her to kiss his feet, and to moisten them with her tears? Yea, for to this end he came, not to cure bodies only, but to heal likewise the wickedness of the soul, which he did also in the case of the paralytic, and having shown clearly that he is able to forgive sins, then, not before, he comes to him whom we are now speaking of, that they might no more be troubled at seeing a publican chosen into the choir of the disciples. For he that hath power to undo all our offences, why marvel if he even make this man an apostle? But as thou hast seen the power of him that called, so consider also the obedience of him that was called, how he neither resisted, nor disputing said, What is this? Is it not indeed a deceitful calling, wherewith he calls me, being such as I am? Nay, for this humility again had been out of season. But he obeyed straightway, and did not even request to go home, and to communicate with his relations concerning this matter, as neither indeed did the fishermen. But as they left their net, and their ship, and their father, so did he his receipt of custom and his gain, and followed, exhibiting a mind prepared for all things, and breaking himself at once away from all worldly things. By his complete obedience he bare witness that he who called him had chosen a good time. And wherefore can it be, one may say, that he hath not told us of the others also, how and what manner they were called, but only of Peter and James, and John and Philip, and nowhere of the others? Because these more than others were in no strange and mean ways of life. For there is nothing either worse than the publican's business, or more ordinary than fishing. And that Philip also was among the very ignoble is manifest from his country. Therefore these especially they proclaim to us, with their ways of life, to show that we ought to believe them in the glorious parts of their histories also. For they who choose not to pass by any of the things which are accounted reproachful, but are exact in publishing these more than the rest, whether they relate to the teacher or to the disciples, how can they be suspected in the parts which claim reverence? More especially since many signs and miracles are passed over by them, while the events of the cross, accounted to be reproaches, they utter with exact care and loudly. And the disciples' pursuits too, and their faults, and those of their master's ancestry who were notorious for sins, they discover with a clear voice. Whence it is manifest that they made much account of truth, and wrote nothing for favour, nor for display. Having therefore called him, he also honoured him with a very great honour by partaking straightway of his table. For in this way he would both give him good hope for the future, and lead him on to a greater confidence. For not in a long time, but at once, he healed his vice. And not with him only doth he sit down to meat, but with many others also, although this very thing was accounted a charge against him, that he chased not away the sinners. But neither do they conceal this point, what sort of blame is endeavored to be fixed on his proceedings. Now the publicans come together as to one of the same trade, for he, exulting in the entrance of Christ, had called them all together. The fact is, Christ used to try every kind of treatment, and not when discoursing only, nor when healing, nor when reproving his enemies, but even at his morning meal. He would often correct such as were in a bad way, hereby teaching us that every season and every work may by possibility afford us profit. And yet surely what was then set before them came of injustice and covetousness. But Christ refused not to partake of it, because the ensuing gain was to be great. Yea, rather, he becomes partaker of the same roof and table with them that have committed such offences. For such is the quality of a physician. Unless he endure the corruption of the sick, he frees them not from their infirmity. And yet undoubtedly he incurred hence an evil report, first by eating with him, then in Matthew's house, and thirdly, in company with many publicans. See at least how they reproach him with this. Behold a man gluttonous and a wine-bibber, a friend of publicans and sinners. Let them hear, as many as are striving to deck themselves with great honor for fasting, and let them consider that our Lord was called a man gluttonous and a wine-bibber. And he was not ashamed, but overlooked all these things, that he might accomplish what he had set before him, which indeed was accordingly done. For the publican was actually converted, and thus became a better man. And to teach thee that this great thing was wrought by his partaking of the table with him, hear what Zacchaeus saith, another publican. I mean, when he heard Christ saying, Today I must abide in thy house, the delight gave him wings, and he saith, The half of my goods I give to the poor, and if I have taken anything from any man by false accusation, I restore him fourfold. And to him Jesus saith, This day is salvation come to this house. So possible it is by all ways to give instruction. But how is it, one may say, that Paul commands, If any man that is called a brother be a fornicator or covetous, with such an one know not to eat? In the first place, it is not as yet manifest, whether to teachers also he gives this charge, and not rather to brethren only. Next, these were not yet of the number of the perfect, nor of those who had become brethren. And besides, Paul commands even with respect to them that had become brethren, then to shrink from them, when they continue as they were. But these had now ceased, and were converted. But none of these things shamed the Pharisees, but they accused him to his disciples, saying, Why eateth your master with publicans and sinners? And when the disciples seem to be doing wrong, they intercede with him, saying, Behold, thy disciples do that which is not lawful to do on the Sabbath day. But here to them they discredit him. All which was the part of men dealing craftily, and wishing to separate from the master the choir of the disciples. What then saith infinite wisdom? They that be whole need not a physician, saith he, but they that are sick. See how he turned their reasoning to the opposite conclusion, that is, while they made it a charge against him that he was in company with these men, he on the contrary saith, that his not being with them would be unworthy of him, and of his love for man, and that to amend such persons is not only blameless, but excellent, and necessary, and deserving of all sorts of praise. After this, that he might not seem to put them that were bidden to shame, by saying, They that are sick, see how he makes up for it again,
by reproving the others and saying, Go ye and learn what that meaneth, I will have mercy and not sacrifice. Now this he said to upbraid them with their ignorance of the Scriptures, wherefore also he orders his discourse more sharply, not himself in anger, far from it, but so as that the publicans might not be in utter perplexity. And yet, of course, he might say, Did ye not mark how I remitted the sins of the sick of the palsy, how I braced up his body? But he saith no such thing, but argues with them first from men's common reasonings, and then from the Scriptures. For having said, They that be whole need not a physician, but they that are sick, and having covertly indicated that he himself was the physician, after that he said, Go ye and learn what that meaneth, I will have mercy and not sacrifice. Thus doth Paul also, when he had first established his reasoning by illustrations from common things, and had said, Who feedeth a flock, and eateth not the milk thereof? Then he brings in the Scriptures also, saying, It is written in the law of Moses, Thou shalt not muzzle the ox that treadeth out the corn. And again, Even so hath the Lord ordained, that they which preach the gospel should live of the gospel. But to his disciples not so, but he puts them in mind of his signs, saying on this wise, Do ye not yet remember the 5 loaves of the 5,000, and how many baskets ye took up? Not so, however, with these, but he reminds them of our common infirmity, and signifies them at any rate to be of the number of the infirm, who did not so much as know the Scriptures, but making light of the rest of virtue, laid all the stress on their sacrifices, which thing he is also earnestly intimating unto them, when he sets down in brief what had been affirmed by all the prophets, saying, Learn ye what that meaneth, I will have mercy, and not sacrifice. The fact is, he is signifying hereby that not he was transgressing the law, but they. As if he had said, Wherefore accuse me? Because I bring sinners to amendment? Why then ye must accuse the Father also for this? Much as he said also elsewhere, establishing this point, My Father worketh hitherto, and I work. So here again, Go ye and learn what that meaneth, I will have mercy, and not sacrifice. For as this is his will, saith Christ, so also mine. Seest thou how the one is superfluous, the other necessary? For neither did he say, I will have mercy and sacrifice, but I will have mercy and not sacrifice. That is, the one thing he allowed, the other he cast out, and proved that what they blamed, so far from being forbidden, was even ordained by the law, and more so than sacrifice. And he brings in the Old Testament, speaking words and ordaining laws in harmony with himself. Having then reproved them, both by common illustrations and by the Scripture, he adds again, I am not come to call righteous men, but sinners to repentance. And this he saith unto them in irony, as when he said, Behold, Adam is become as one of us. And again, If I were hungry, I would not tell thee. For that no man on earth was righteous, Paul declared, saying, For all have sinned, and come short of the glory of God. And by this too the others were comforted, I mean the guest. Why, I am so far, saith he, from loathing sinners, that even for their sakes only am I come. Then, lest he should make them more careless, he stayed not at the word sinners, but added, unto repentance. For I am not come that they should continue sinners, but that they should alter and amend. He then, having stopped their mouths every way, as well as from the Scriptures as from the natural consequences of things, and they having nothing to say, proved as they were obnoxious to the charges which they had brought against him, and adversaries of the law and the Old Testament. They leave him and again transfer their accusation to the disciples. And Luke indeed affirms that the Pharisees said it, but this evangelist, that it was the disciples of John. But it is likely that both said it. That is, they being, as might be expected, in utter perplexity, take the other sort with them, as they did afterwards with the Herodians likewise, since in truth John's disciples were always disposed to be jealous of him, and reasoned against him, being then only humbled when first John abode in the prison. They came at least then, and told Jesus, but afterwards they returned to their former envy. Now what say they? Why do we and the Pharisees fast oft, but thy disciples fast not? This is the disease which Christ long before was eradicating in the words, When thou fastest, anoint thy head, and wash thy face, foreknowing the evils that spring therefrom. But yet he doth not rebuke even these, nor say, O ye vainglorious and overbusy, but he discourses to them with all gentleness, saying, The children of the bride chamber cannot fast, as long as the bridegroom is with them. Thus, when others were to be spoken for, the publicans I mean, to soothe their wounded soul, he was more severe in his reproof of their revilers. But when they were deriding himself and his disciples, he makes his reply with all gentleness. Now their meaning is like this. Granted, say they, thou doest this as a physician. Why do thy disciples also leave fasting, and cleave to such tables? Then, to make the accusation heavier, they put themselves first, and then the Pharisees, wishing by the comparison to aggravate the charge. For indeed both we, it is said, and the Pharisees fast oft. And in truth they did fast, the one having learnt it from John, the other from the law, even as also the Pharisees said, I fast twice in the week. What then saith Jesus? Can the children of the bride chamber fast while the bridegroom is with them? Before he called himself a physician, but here a bridegroom, by these names revealing his unspeakable mysteries. Yet of course he might have told them more sharply, These things depend not on you, that you should make such laws. For of what use is fasting, when the mind is full of wickedness? When ye blame others, when ye condemn them, bearing about beams in your eyes, and do all for display. Nay, before all this ye ought to have cast out vainglory, to be proficients in all the other duties, in charity, meekness, brotherly love. However, nothing of this kind doth he say, but with all gentleness. The children of the bride chamber cannot fast, so long as the bridegroom is with them, recalling to their mind John's words, when he said, He that hath the bride is the bridegroom, but the friend of the bridegroom, which standeth and heareth him, rejoiceth greatly because of the bridegroom's voice. Now his meaning is like this. The present time is of joy and gladness, therefore do not bring in the things which are melancholy. For fasting is a melancholy thing, not in its own nature, but to them that are yet in rather a feeble state. For to those at least that are willing to practice self-command, the observance is exceedingly pleasant and desirable. But as when the body is in health, the spirits are high, so when the soul is well conditioned, the pleasure is greater. But according to their previous impression he saith this. So also Isaiah, discoursing of it, calls it an affliction of the soul, and Moses too in like manner. Not, however, by this only doth he stop their mouths, but by another topic also, saying, Days will come, when the bridegroom shall be taken from them, and then shall they fast. For hereby he signifies that what they did was not of gluttony, but pertained to some marvelous dispensation. and at the same time he lays beforehand the foundation of what he was to say touching his passion, and his controversies with others, instructing his disciples, and training them now to be versed in the things which are deemed sorrowful. Because for themselves already to have this said to them would have been grievous and galling, since we know that afterwards, being uttered, it troubled them. But spoken to others, it would become rather less intolerable to them. It being also natural for them to pride themselves on John's calamity, he from this topic represses likewise such their elation. The doctrine, however, of his resurrection he adds not yet, it not being yet time. For so much indeed was natural, that one supposed to be a man should die, but that other was beyond nature. Then what he had done before, this he doth here again. I mean, that as he, when they were attempting to prove him blamable for eating with sinners, proved to them, on the contrary, that his proceeding was not only no blame, but an absolute praise to him, so here too, when they wanted to show of him that he knows not how to manage his disciples, he signifies that such language was the part of men not knowing how to manage their inferences, but finding fault at random. For no man, saith he, putteth a piece of new cloth unto an old garment. He is again establishing his argument by illustrations from common life, and what he saith is like this. The disciples have not yet become strong, but still need much condescension. They have not yet been renewed by the Spirit, and on persons in that state one ought not to lay any burden of injunctions. And these things he said, setting laws and rules for his own disciples, that when they should have to receive as disciples those of all sorts that should come from the whole world, they might deal with them very gently. Neither do men put new wine into old bottles. Seest thou his illustrations, how like the Old Testament, the garment, the wineskins? For Jeremiah too calls the people a girdle, and makes mention again of bottles, and of wine. Thus the discourse being about gluttony and a table, he takes his illustrations from the same. But Luke the same words, a second and a third time and often, not however in a wearisome kind of way, but sportively, and do thou now turn from her, now flatter and court her. Seest thou not the painters, how much they rub out, how much they insert, when they are making a beautiful portrait? Well then, do not thou prove inferior to these. For if these, in drawing the likeness of a body, use such great diligence, how much more were it meet for us, in fashioning a soul, to use every contrivance? For if thou shouldest fashion well the form of this soul, thou wilt not see the countenance of the body looking unseemly, nor lips stained, nor a mouth like a bear's mouth dyed with blood, nor eyebrows blackened as with the smut of some kitchen vessel, nor cheeks whitened with dust like the walls of the tombs. For all these things are smut, and cinders, and dust, and signals of extreme deformity. But stay, I have been led on and observing, I know not how, into these expressions, and while admonishing another to teach with gentleness, I have been myself hurried away into wrath. Let us return therefore again unto the more gentle way of admonition, and let us bear with all the faults of our wives, that we may succeed in doing what we would. Seest thou not how we bear with the cries of children, when we would wean them from the breast, how we endure all for this object only, that we may persuade them to despise their former food? Thus let us do in this case also. Let us bear with all the rest, that we may accomplish this. For when this hath been amended, thou wilt see the other two proceeding in due order, and thou wilt come again unto the ornaments of gold, and in the same way wilt reason concerning them likewise, and thus by little and little bringing thy wife under the right rule, thou wilt be a beautiful painter, a faithful servant, an excellent husbandman. Together with these things remind her also of the women of old, of Sarah, of Rebekah, both of the fair and of them that were not so, and point out how all equally practiced modesty. For even Leah, the wife of the patriarch, not being fair, was not constrained to devise any such thing, but although she were uncomely, and not very much beloved by her husband, she neither devised any such thing, nor marred her countenance, but continued to preserve the lineaments thereof undisfigured, and this though brought up by Gentiles. But thou that art a believing woman, thou that hast Christ for thine head, art thou bringing in upon us a satanic art? And dost thou not call to mind the water that dashed over thy countenance, the sacrifice that adorns thy lips, the blood that hath reddened thy tongue? If thou wouldest consider all these things, though thou wert fond of dress to the 10,000th degree, thou wilt not venture nor endure to put upon thee that dust and those cinders. Learn that thou hast been joined unto Christ, and refrain from this unseemliness. For neither is he delighted with these colorings, but he seeks after another beauty, of which he is an exceeding degree a lover, I mean, that in the soul. This the prophet likewise hath charged thee to cherish, and hath said, So shall the king have pleasure in thy beauty. Let us not therefore be curious in making ourselves unseemly, for neither is any one of God's works imperfect, nor doth it need to be set right by thee. For not even if to an image of the emperor, after it was set up, any one were to seek to add his own work, would the attempt be safe, but he will incur extreme danger. Well then, man works and thou addest not, but doth God work, and dost thou amend it? And dost thou not consider the fire of hell? Dost thou not consider the destitution of thy soul? For on this account it is neglected, because all thy care is wasted on the flesh. But why do I speak of the soul? For to the very flesh everything falls out contrary to what ye have sought. Consider it. Dost thou wish to appear beautiful? This shows thee uncomely. Dost thou wish to please thy husband? This rather grieves him, and causes not him only, but strangers also, to become thine accusers. Wouldest thou appear young? This will quickly bring thee to old age. Wouldest thou wish to array thyself honorably? This makes thee to be ashamed. For such an one is ashamed not only before those of her own rank, but even those of her maids who are in secret, and those of her servants who know, and above all, before herself. But why need I say these things? For that which is more grievous than all I have now omitted, namely, that thou dost offend God. Thou underminest modesty, kindlest the flame of jealousy, emulatest the harlot women at their brothel. All these things then consider, ye women, and laugh to scorn the pomp of Satan and the craft of the devil, and letting go this adorning, or rather disfiguring, cultivate that beauty in your own souls which is lovely even to angels and desired of God, and delightful to your husbands, that ye may attain both unto present glory and unto that which is to come, to which God grant that we may all attain, by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory and might for ever and ever. Amen. End of Homily 30. Homily 31. Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew by St. John Chrysostom. Translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 31. Matthew 9:18-26. While he spake these things unto them, behold, there came in a ruler, and worshipped him, saying,
My daughter is even now dead, but come and lay thy hand upon her, and she shall live. The deed overtook the words, so that the mouths of the Pharisees were the more stopped. For both he that came was a ruler of the synagogue, and his affliction terrible. For the young damsel was both his only child, and 12 years old, the very flower of her age, on which account especially he raised her up again, and that immediately. And if Luke say that men came, saying, Trouble not the Master, for she is dead, we will say this, that the expression, she is even now dead, was that of one conjecturing from the time of his journeying, or exaggerating his affliction. For it is an usual thing with persons in need to heighten their own evils by their report, and to say something more than is really true, the more to attract those whom they are beseeching. But see his dullness, how he requires of Christ 2 things, both his actual presence and the laying on of his hand. And this, by the way, is a sign that he had left her still breathing. This Naaman also, that Syrian, required of the prophet. For I thought, saith he will surely come out and will lay on his hand. For in truth, they who are more or less dull of temper require sight and sensible things. And whereas Mark saith, he took the 3 disciples, and so doth Luke, our evangelist merely saith, the disciples. Wherefore then did he not take with him Matthew, though he had but just come unto him, to bring him to a more earnest longing, and because he was yet rather in an imperfect state? For to this intent doth he honour those, that these may grow such as those are. But for him it sufficed for the present, to see what befell the woman with the issue of blood, and to be honoured by his table, and by his partaking of his salt. And when he had risen up, many followed him, as for a great miracle, both on account of the person who had come, and because the more part, being of a grosser disposition, were seeking not so much the care of the soul as the healing of the body. And they flowed together, some urged by their own afflictions, some hastening to behold how other men's were cured. However, there were as yet but few in the habit of coming principally for the sake of his words and doctrine. Nevertheless, he did not suffer them to enter into the house, but his disciples only, and not even all of these, everywhere instructing us to repel the applause of the multitude. And behold, it is said, a woman that had an issue of blood 12 years came behind him, and touched the hem of his garment. For she said within herself, If I may but touch his garment, I shall be whole. Wherefore did she not approach him boldly? She was ashamed on account of her affliction, accounting herself to be unclean. For if the menstruous woman was judged not to be clean, much more would she have the same thought, who was afflicted with such a disease, since in fact that complaint was under the law accounted a great uncleanness. Therefore she lies hidden, and conceals herself. For neither had she as yet the proper and correct opinion concerning him, else she would not have thought to be concealed. And this is the first woman that came unto him in public, having heard of course that he heals women also, and that he is on his way to the little daughter that was dead. And she durst not invite him to her house, although she was wealthy. Nay, neither did she approach publicly, but secretly with faith she touched his garments. For she did not doubt, nor say in herself, Shall I indeed be delivered from the disease? Shall I indeed fail of deliverance? But confident of her health, she so approached him. For she said, we read, in herself, If I may only touch his garment, I shall be whole. Yea, for she saw out of what manner of house he was come, that of the publicans, and who they were that followed him, sinners and publicans. And all these things made her to be of good hope. What then doth Christ? He suffers her not to be hid, but brings her into the midst, and makes her manifest for many purposes. It is true indeed that some of the senseless ones say, He does this for love of glory, for why, say they, did he not suffer her to be hid? What sayest thou, unholy, yea, all unholy one? He that enjoins silence, he that passes by miracles innumerable, is he in love with glory? For what intent then doth he bring her forward? In the first place he puts an end to the woman's fear, lest being pricked by her conscience, as having stolen the gift, she should abide in agony. In the second place he sets her right in respect of her thinking to be hid. Thirdly, he exhibits her faith to all, so as to provoke the rest also to emulation. And his staying of the fountains of her blood was no greater sign than he affords in signifying his knowledge of all things. Moreover, the ruler of the synagogue, who was on the point of thorough unbelief, and so of utter ruin, he corrects by the woman. Since both they that came said, Trouble not the master, for the damsel is dead. And those in the house laughed him to scorn when he said, She sleepeth. And it was likely that the father too should have experienced some such feeling. Therefore, to correct this weakness beforehand, he brings forward the simple woman. For as to that ruler being quite of the grosser sort, hear what he saith unto him. Fear not, do thou believe only, and she shall be made whole. Thus he waited also on purpose for death to come on, and that then he should arrive, in order that the proof of the resurrection might be distinct. With this view he both walks more leisurely, and discourses more with the woman, that he might give time for the damsel to die, and for those to come who told of it, and said, Trouble not the master. This again surely the evangelist obscurely signifies, when he saith, While he yet spake, there came from the house certain which said, Thy daughter is dead, trouble not the master. For his will was that her death should be believed, that her resurrection might not be suspected. And this he doth in every instance. So also in the case of Lazarus, he waited a first and a second and a third day. On account then of all these things he brings her forward, and saith, Daughter, be of good cheer. Even as he had said also to the paralyzed person, Son, be of good cheer. Because in truth the woman was exceedingly alarmed. Therefore he saith, Be of good cheer, and he calls her daughter, for her faith had made her a daughter. After that comes also her praise. Thy faith hath made thee whole. But Luke tells us also other things more than these concerning the woman. Thus, when she had approached him, saith he, and had received her health, Christ did not immediately call her, but first he saith, Which is he that touched me? Then when Peter and they that were with him said, Master, the multitude throng thee, and press thee, and sayest thou who touched me? Which was a very sure sign, both that he was encompassed with real flesh, and that he trampled on all vainglory. For they did not follow him at all afar off, but thronged him on every side. He for his part continued to say, Somebody hath touched me, for I perceive that virtue is gone out of me, answering after a grosser manner, according to the impression of his hearers. But these things he said, that he might also induce her of herself to make confession. For on this account neither did he immediately convict her, in order that having signified that he knows all things clearly, he might induce her of her own accord to publish all, and work upon her to proclaim herself what had been done, and that he might not incur suspicion by saying it. Seest thou the woman superior to the ruler of the synagogue? She detained him not, she took no hold of him, but touched him only with the end of her fingers, and though she came later, she first went away healed. And he indeed was bringing the physician altogether to his house, but for her a mere touch suffered. For though she was bound by her affliction, yet her faith had given her wings. And mark how he comforts her, saying, Thy faith hath saved thee. Now surely, had he drawn her forward for display, he would not have added this. But he saith this, partly teaching the ruler of the synagogue to believe, partly proclaiming the woman's praise, and affording her by these words delight and advantage equal to her bodily health. For that he did this is minded to glorify her, and to amend others, and not to show himself glorious, is manifest from hence, that he indeed would have been equally an object of admiration even without this, for the miracles were pouring around him faster than the snowflakes, and he both had done and was to do far greater things than these. But the woman, had this not happened, would have gone away hid, deprived of those great praises. For this cause he brought her forward, and proclaimed her praise, and cast out her fear. For she came, it is said, trembling. And he caused her to be of good courage, and together with health of body, he gave her also other provisions for her journey, in that he said, Go in peace. And when he came into the ruler's house, and saw the minstrels and the people making a noise, he saith unto them, Give place, for the maid is not dead, but sleepeth. And they laughed him to scorn. Noble tokens, surely these, of the rulers of synagogues. In the moment of her death, pipes and cymbals raising a dirge. What then doth Christ? All the rest he cast out, but the parents he brought in, to leave no room for saying that he healed her in any other way. And before her resurrection too, he raises her in his word, saying, The maid is not dead, but sleepeth. And in many instances besides he doeth this. As then on the sea he expels tumult from the mind of the bystanders, at the same time both signifying that it is easy for him to raise the dead, which same thing he did with respect to Lazarus also, saying, Our friend Lazarus sleepeth, and also teaching us not to fear death, for that it is not death, but is henceforth become a sleep. Thus, since he himself was to die, he doth in the persons of others prepare his disciples beforehand to be of good courage, and to bear the end meekly, since in truth, when he had come, death was from that time forward a sleep. But yet they laughed him to scorn. He, however, was not indignant at being disbelieved by those for whom he was a little afterwards to work miracles. Neither did he rebuke their laughter, in order that both it and the pipes and the cymbals and all the other things might be a sure proof of her death. For since for the most part, after the miracles are done, men disbelieve, he takes them beforehand by their own answers, which was done in the case both of Lazarus and of Moses. For to Moses first he saith, What is that in thine hand? In order that, when he saw it become a serpent, he should not forget that it was a rod before, but being reminded of his own saying, might be amazed at what was done. And with regard to Lazarus he saith, Where have ye laid him? That they who had said, Come and see, and he stinketh, for he hath been dead 4 days, might no longer be able to disbelieve his having raised a dead man. Seeing then the cymbals and the multitude, he put them all out, and in the presence of the parents works the miracle, not introducing another soul, but recalling the same that had gone out, and awakening her as it were out of a sleep. And he holds her by the hand, assuring the beholders, so as by that sight to make a way for the belief of her resurrection. For whereas the Father said, Lay thy hand upon her, he on his part doth somewhat more, for he lays no hand on her, but rather takes hold of her, and raises her, implying that to him all things are ready. And he not only raises her up, but also commands to give her meat, that the event might not seem to be an illusion. And he doth not give it himself, but commands them. As also with regard to Lazarus, he said, Loose him, and let him go, and afterwards makes him partaker of his table. For so is he wont always to establish both points, making out with all completeness the demonstration alike of the death and of the resurrection. But do thou mark, I pray thee, not her resurrection only, but also his commanding to tell no man. And by all learn thou this especially, his freedom from haughtiness and vainglory. And withal learn this other thing also, that he cast them that were beating themselves out of the house, and declared them unworthy of such a sight. And do not thou go out with the minstrels, but remain with Peter and John and James. For if he cast them out then, much more now. For then it was not yet manifest that death was become a sleep. But now this is clearer than the very sun itself. But is it that he hath not raised thy daughter now? But surely he will raise her, and with more abundant glory. For that damsel, when she had risen, died again. But thy child, if she rise again, abides thenceforth in immortal being. Let no man therefore beat himself any more, nor wail, neither disparage Christ's achievement. For indeed he overcame death. Why then dost thou wail for naught? The thing is become asleep. Why lament and weep? Why, even if Greeks did this, they should be laughed to scorn. But when the believer behaves himself unseemly in these things, what plea hath he? What excuse will there be for them that are guilty of such folly, and this after so long a time, and so clear proof of the resurrection? But thou, as though laboring to add to the charge against thee, dost also bring us in heathen women singing dirges, to kindle thy feelings, and to stir up the furnace thoroughly. And thou hearkenest not to Paul, saying, What concord hath Christ with Belial? Or what part hath he that believeth with an infidel? And while the children of heathens, who know nothing of resurrection, do yet find words of consolation, saying, Bear it manfully, for it is not possible to undo what hath taken place, nor to amend it by lamentations. Art not thou, who hearest sayings wiser and better than these, ashamed to behave thyself more unseemly than they? For we say not at all, Bear it manfully, because it is not possible to undo what hath taken place, but bear it manfully, because he will surely rise again. The child sleeps and is not dead. He is at rest and hath not perished. For resurrection will be his final lot, and eternal life, and immortality, and an angel's portion. Hearest thou not the psalm that saith, Return unto thy rest, O my soul, for the Lord hath dealt bountifully with thee. God calleth it bountiful dealing, and dost thou make lamentation? And what more couldst thou have done, if thou wert a foe and an enemy of the dead? Why, if there must be mourning, it is the devil that ought to mourn. He may beat himself, he may wail, at our journeying to greater blessings. This lamentation becomes his wickedness, not thee, who art going to be crowned unto rest. Yea, for death is a fair haven. Consider at any rate with how many evils our present life has filled. Reflect how often thou thyself hast cursed our present life. For indeed things go on to worse, and from the very beginning thou wert involved in no small condemnation. For, saith he, in sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and in the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat thy bread, and in the world ye shall have tribulation. But of our state there, no such word at all is spoken, but all the contrary, that grief and sorrow and sighing have fled away, and that men shall come from the east and from the west, and shall recline in the bosoms of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, and that the region there is a spiritual bride chamber, and bright lamps, and a translation to heaven. Why then disgrace the departed? Why dispose the rest to fear and tremble at death? Why cause many to accuse God, as though he had done very dreadful things? Or rather, why after this invite poor persons, and entreat priests to pray? In order, saith he, that the dead may depart into rest, that he may find the judge propitious. For these things then art thou mourning and wailing? Thou art therefore fighting and warring with thyself, exciting a storm against thyself on account of his having entered into harbor. But what can I do, saith he, such a thing is nature. The blame is not nature's, neither doth it belong to the necessary consequence of the thing, but it is we that are turning all things upside down, are overcome with softness, are giving up our proper nobility, and are making the unbelievers worse. For how shall we reason with another concerning immortality? How shall we persuade the heathen when we fear death, and shudder at it more than he? Many, for instance, among the Greeks, although they knew nothing of course about immortality, have crowned themselves at the decrease of their children, and appeared in white garments, that they might reap the present glory. But thou not even for the future's glory's sake ceasest thy woman's behavior and wailing. But hast thou no heirs, nor any to succeed to thy goods? And which wouldest thou rather, that he should be heir of thy possessions, or of heaven? And which didst thou desire, that he should succeed to the things that perish, which he must have let go soon after, or to things that remain, and are immovable? Thou hadst him not for heir, but God had him instead of thee. He became not joint heir with his own brethren, but he became joint heir with Christ. But to whom, saith he, are we to leave our garments? To whom our houses? To whom our slaves and our lands? To him again, and more securely than if he lived, for there is nothing to hinder. For if barbarians burn the goods of the departed together with them, much more were it a righteous thing for thee to send away with the dead what things he hath, not to be turned to ashes like those, but to invest him with more glory, and that if he departed a sinner, it may do away his sins, but if righteous, that it may become an increase of reward and recompense. But dost thou long to see him? Then live the same life with him, and thou wilt soon obtain that sacred vision. And herewith consider this also, that though thou shouldest not hearken to us, thou wilt certainly yield to time. But no reward then for thee, for the consolation comes of the number of the days. Whereas if thou art willing now to command thyself, thou wilt gain two very great points. First, thou wilt deliver thyself from the intervening ills. Next, thou wilt be crowned with the brighter crown from God. For indeed neither almsgiving nor anything else is nearly so great as bearing affliction meekly. Bear in mind that even the Son of God died, and he indeed for thee, but thou for thyself. And when he said, If it be possible, let the cup pass from me, and suffered pain, and was in agony, nevertheless he shunned not the end, but underwent it, and that with its whole course of exceeding woe. That is, he did by no means simply endure death, but the most shameful death. And before his death, stripes, and before his stripes, upbraidings and jeers and revilings, instructing thee to bear all manfully. And though he died and put off his body, he resumed it again in greater glory, herein also holding out to thee good hopes. If these things be not a fable, lament not. If thou account these things to be sure, weep not. But if thou dost weep, how wilt thou be able to persuade the Greek that thou believest? But even so doth the event still appear intolerable to thee? Well then, for this very cause it is not meet to lament for him, for he is delivered from many such calamities. Grudge not therefore against him, neither envy him. For to ask death for yourself because of his premature end, and to lament for him that he did not live to endure many such things, is rather the part of one grudging and envying. And think not of this, that he will no more return home, but that thyself also art a little while after to go to him. Regard not this, that he returns here no more, but that neither do these things that are seen remain such as they are, but these too are being transformed. Yea, for heaven and earth and sea and all are being put together afresh, and then shalt thou recover thy child in greater glory. And if indeed he departed a sinner, his wickedness is stayed. For certainly, had God known that he was being converted, he would not have snatched him away before his repentance. But if he ended his life righteous, he now possesses all good in safety. Whence it is manifest that thy tears are not of kindly affection, but of unreasoning passion. For if thou lovest the departed, thou shouldest rejoice and be glad that he is delivered from the present waves. And what is there more, I pray thee? What is there fresh and new? Do we not see the same things daily revolving? Day and night, night and day, winter and summer, summer and winter, and nothing more. And these indeed are ever the same, but our evils are fresh and newer. Wouldest thou then have him every day drawing up more of these things, and abiding here, and sickening, and mourning, and in fear and trembling, and enduring some of the ills of life, dreading others lest he sometime endure them? Since assuredly thou canst not say this, that one sailing over this great sea might possibly be free from despondency and cares, and from all other such things. And withal take this also into account, that thou didst not bring him forth immortal, and that if he had not died now, he must have endured it soon after. But is it that thou hadst not thy fill of him? But thou wilt of a certainty enjoy him there. But longest thou to see him here also? And what is there to hinder thee? For thou art permitted even here, if thou be watchful, for the hope of the things to come is clearer than sight. But thou, if he were in some king's court, wouldst not ever seek to see him, so long as thou heardest of his good report. And seeing him departed to the things that are far better, art thou faint-hearted about a little time, and that, when thou hast in his place one to dwell with thee? But hast thou no husband? Yet hast thou a consolation, even the father of the orphans, and judge of the widows. Hear even Paul pronouncing this widowhood blessed, and saying, Now she that is a widow indeed and desolate trusteth in the Lord. Because such an one will appear more approved, evincing as she doth greater patience. Mourn not therefore for that which is thy crown, that for which thou demandest a reward. Since thou hast also restored his deposit, if thou hast exhibited the very thing entrusted to thee, be not in care any more, having laid up the possession in an inviolable treasure house. But if thou wouldst really learn both what is our present being and what our life to come, and that the one is a spider's web and a shadow, but the things there, all of them, immovable and immortal, thou wouldst not after that want other arguments. For whereas now thy child is delivered from all change, if he were here, Perhaps he might continue good, perhaps not so. Seest thou not how many openly cast off their own children? How many are constrained to keep them at home, although worse than the open outcast? Let us make account of all these things, and practice self-command, for so shall we at once show regard to the deceased, and enjoy much praise from men, and receive from God the great rewards of patience, and attain unto the good things eternal, unto which may we all attain, by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory and might for ever and ever. Amen. End of Homily 31. Homily 32, Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew, by St. John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 32, Matthew 9:27 through 10:15. And when Jesus departed thence, 2 blind men followed him, crying and saying, Thou Son of David, have mercy on us. And when he was come into the house, the blind men came to him, and Jesus saith unto them, Believe ye that I am able to do this? They say unto him, Yea, Lord. Then touched he their eyes, saying, According to your faith be it unto you. And their eyes were opened. Wherefore can it be that he puts them off, and they crying out? Here again teaching us utterly to repel the glory that cometh from the multitude. For because the house was near, he leads them thither to heal them in private. And this is evident from the fact that he charged them moreover to tell no man. But this is no light charge against the Jews, when these men, though their eyes were struck out, received the faith by hearing alone, but they beholding the miracles, and having their sight to witness what was happening, do all just contrary. And see their earnestness also, both by their cry and by their prayer itself. For they did not merely approach him, but with loud cries, and alleging naught else but mercy. And they called him Son of David, because the name was thought to be honorable. In many passages, for instance, did the prophets likewise so call the kings, whom they wished to honor, and to declare great. And having brought them into the house, he puts to them a further question. For in many cases he made a point of healing on entreaty, lest any should suppose him to be rushing upon these miracles through vainglory, and not on this account alone, but to indicate also that they deserve healing, and that no one should say, If it was of mere mercy that he saved, all men ought to be saved. For even his love to man hath a kind of proportion, depending on the faith of them that are healed, but not for these causes only doth he require faith of them, but forasmuch as they called him Son of David, he to lead them up to what is higher, and to teach them to entertain the imaginations they ought of himself, saith, Believe ye that I am able to do this? He did not say, Believe ye that I am able to entreat my Father, that I am able to pray, but that I am able to do this. What then is their word? Yea, Lord. They call him no more Son of David, but soar higher, and acknowledge his dominion. And then at last he for his part lays his hand upon them, saying, According to your faith be it unto you. And this he doth to confirm their faith, and to show that they are participators in the good work, and to witness that their words were not words of flattery. For neither did he say, Let your eyes be opened, but according to your faith be it unto you, which he saith to many of them that came unto him, before the healing of their bodies, hastening to proclaim the faith in their soul, so as both to make them more approved, and to render others more serious. Thus with respect to the sick of the palsy also, For there too, before giving nerve to the body, he raises up the fallen soul, saying, Son, be of good cheer, thy sins be forgiven thee. And the young damsel too, when he had raised her up, he detained, and by the food taught her her benefactor. And in the case of the centurion also he did in like manner, leaving the whole to his faith. And as to his disciples again, when delivering them from the storm on the sea, he delivered them first from their want of faith. Just so likewise in this case, he knew indeed, even before their cry, the secrets of their mind, but that he might lead on others also to the same earnestness, he makes them known to the rest as well, by the result of their cure, proclaiming their hidden faith. Then after their cure, he commands them to tell no man, neither doth he merely command them, but with much strictness. For Jesus, it is said, straitly charged them, saying, See that no man know it. But they, when they were departed, spread abroad his fame in all that country. They, however, did not endure this, but became preachers and evangelists, and when bidden to hide what had been done, they endured it not. And if in another place we find him saying, Go thy way, and declare the glory of God, that is not contrary to this, but even highly in agreement herewith. For he instructs us to say nothing ourselves, concerning ourselves, but even to forbid them that would eulogize us. But if the glory be referred to God, then not only not to forbid, but to command men to do this. And as they went out, it is said, Behold, they brought unto him a dumb man possessed with a devil. For the affliction was not natural, but the device of the evil spirit. Wherefore also he needs others to bring him. For he could neither make entreaty himself, being speechless, nor supplicate others, when the evil spirit had bound his tongue, and together with his tongue had fettered his soul. For this cause neither doth he require faith of him, but straightway heals the disease. For when the devil was cast out, it saith, the dumb spake, and the multitudes marveled, saying, It was never so seen in Israel. Now this especially vexed the Pharisees, that they preferred him to all, not only that then were, but that had ever been. And they preferred him, not for his healing, but for his doing it easily and quickly, and to diseases innumerable and incurable. And thus the multitude, but the Pharisees quite contrariwise, not only disparaging the works, but saying things contradictory to themselves, and not ashamed. Such a thing as wickedness. For what say they? He casteth out devils through the prince of the devils. What can be more foolish than this? For in the first place, as he also saith further on, it is impossible that a devil should cast out a devil. For that being is wont to repair what belongs to himself, not to pull it down. But he did not cast out devils only, but also cleansed lepers, and raised the dead, and curbed the sea, and remitted sins, and preached the kingdom, and brought men unto the Father, things which a demon would never either choose, or at any time be able to effect. For the devils bring men to idols, and withdraw them from God, and persuade them to disbelieve the life to come. The devil doth not bestow kindness when he is insulted, forasmuch as even when not insulted, he harms those that court and honor him. But he doeth the contrary, for after these their insults and revilings. He went about, it is said, all the cities and villages, teaching in their synagogues, and preaching the gospel of the kingdom, and healing every sickness and every disease. And so far from punishing them for their insensibility, he did not even simply rebuke them, at once both evincing his meekness, and so refuting the calumny, and at the same time minded also by the signs which followed to exhibit his proof more completely, and then to adduce also the refutation by words. He went about therefore both in cities and in countries and in their synagogues, instructing us to requite our calumniators, not with fresh calumnies, but with greater benefits. Since, if not for man's sake, but God's, thou doest good to thy fellow servants, whatsoever they may do, leave not thou off doing them good, that thy reward may be greater. Since he surely, who upon their calumny leaves off his doing good, signifies that for their praise's sake, not for God's sake, he applies himself to that kind of virtue. For this cause Christ, to teach us that of mere goodness he had entered on this, so far from waiting for the sick to come to him, of himself hastened unto them, bearing them two of the greatest blessings. One, the gospel of the kingdom. Another, the perfect cure of all their diseases. And not a city did he overlook, not a village did he hasten by, but visited every place. And not even at this doth he stop, but he exhibits also another instance of his forethought, that is, when he saw, it is said, the multitudes, he was moved with compassion on them, because they were troubled, and scattered abroad, as sheep having no shepherd. Then saith he unto his disciples, The harvest truly is plenteous, but the laborers are few. Pray ye therefore the Lord of the harvest, that he will send forth laborers into his harvest. See again his freedom from vainglory, that he may not draw all men unto himself, he sends out his disciples. And not with this view only, but that he might also teach them, after practicing in Palestine, as in a sort of training school, to strip themselves for their conflicts with the world. For this purpose then he makes the exercises even more serious than the actual conflicts, so far as pertain to their own virtue, that they might more easily engage in the struggles that were to ensue. As it were a sort of tender nestlings whom he was at length leading out to fly. And for the present he makes them physicians of bodies, dispensing to them afterwards the cure of the soul, which is the principal thing. And mark how he points out the facility and necessity of the thing. For what saith he? The harvest truly is plenteous, but the laborers are few. That is, not to the sowing, saith he, but to the reaping do I send you, which in John he expressed by, Other men labored, and ye are entered into their labors. And these things he said, at once repressing their pride, and preparing them to be of good courage, and signifying that the greater part of the labor came first. And contemplate him here too, beginning from love to man, not with any requital. For he had compassion, because they were troubled and scattered abroad as sheep having no shepherd. This is his charge against the rulers of the Jews, that being shepherds they acted the part of wolves. For so far from amending the multitude, they even marred their progress. For instance, when they were marveling and saying, It was never so seen in Israel, these were affirming the contrary. He casteth out devils through the prince of the devils. But of what laborers doth he speak here? Of the 12 disciples. What then? Whereas he had said, But the laborers are few, did he add to their number? By no means, but he sent them out alone. Wherefore then did he say, Pray ye the Lord of the harvest, that he would send forth laborers into his harvest, and made no addition to their number? Because though they were but 12, he made them many from that time forward, not by adding to their number, but by giving them power. Then to signify how great the gift is, he saith, Pray ye the Lord of the harvest, and indirectly declares it to be his own prerogative. For after having said, Pray ye the Lord of the harvest, when they had not made any entreaty nor prayer, he himself at once ordains them, reminding them also of the sayings of John, of the threshing floor, and of the person winnowing, and of the chaff, and of the wheat. Whence it is evident that himself is the husbandman, himself the Lord of the harvest, himself the master and owner of the prophets. For if he sent them to reap, clearly it was not to reap what belongs to another, but what he himself had sown by the prophets. But not in this way only was he indirectly encouraging them, in calling their ministry a harvest, but also by making them able for the ministry. And when he had called unto him, it saith, his 12 disciples, he gave them power against unclean spirits, to cast them out, and to heal all manner of sickness, and all manner of disease. Still the Spirit was not yet given, for there was not yet, it saith, a Spirit, because that Jesus was not yet glorified. How then did they cast out the spirits? By his command, by his authority. And mark, I pray thee also, how well timed was the mission. For not at the beginning did he send them, but when they had enjoyed sufficiently the advantage of following him, and had seen a dead person raised, and the sea rebuked, and devils expelled, and a paralytic new strung, and sins remitted, and a leper cleansed, and had received a sufficient proof of his power, both by deeds and words, then he sends them forth, and not to dangerous acts, for as yet there was no danger in Palestine, but they had only to stand against evil speakings. However, even of this he forewarns them, I mean of their perils, preparing them even before the time, and making them feel as in conflict by his continual predictions of that sort. Then, since he had mentioned to us 2 pairs of apostles, that of Peter and that of John, and after those had pointed out the calling of Matthew, but had said nothing to us either of the calling or of the name of the other apostles, here of necessity he sets down the list of them, and their number, and makes known their names, saying thus. Now the names of the 12 apostles are these. First Simon, who is called Peter, because there was also another Simon, the Canaanite, and there was Judas Iscariot, and Judas the brother of James, and James the son of Alphaeus, and James the son of Zebedee. Now Mark doth also put them according to their dignity, for after the 2 leaders he then numbers Andrew, but our evangelist not so, but without distinction, or rather he sets before himself even Thomas, who came far short of him. But let us look at the list of them from the beginning. First Simon, who is called Peter, and Andrew his brother. Even this is no small praise, for the one he named from his virtue, the other from his high kindred, which was in conformity to his disposition. Then James the son of Zebedee, and John his brother. See as thou he arranges them not according to their dignity. For to me John seems to be greater, not only than the others, but even than his brother. After this, when he had said Philip and Bartholomew, he added Thomas and Matthew the publican. But Luke not so, but in the opposite order, and he puts him before Thomas. Next, James the son of Alphaeus, for there was, as I have already said, the son of Zebedee also. Then, after having mentioned Levaeus, whose surname was Thaddeus, and Simon Zelotes, whom he calls also the Canaanite, he comes to the traitor, and not as a sort of enemy or foe, but as one writing a history. So hath he described him. He saith not, the unholy, the all unholy one, but hath named him from his city, Judas Iscariot, because there was also another Judas, Levaeus, whose surname was Thaddeus, who, Luke saith, was the brother of James, saying, Judas the brother of James. Therefore, to distinguish him from this man, it saith, Judas Iscariot, who also betrayed him. And he is not ashamed to say, who also betrayed him. So far were they from ever disguising aught even of those things that seem to be matters of reproach. And first of all, and leader of the choir, is the unlearned, the ignorant man. But let us see whither, and to whom he sends them. These 12, it is said, Jesus sent forth. What manner of men were these? The fishermen, the publicans. For indeed 4 were fishermen and 2 publicans, Matthew and James, and one was even a traitor. And what saith he to them? He presently charges them, saying, Go not into the way of the Gentiles, and into any city of the Samaritans enter ye not, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. For think not at all, saith he, because they insult me, and call me demoniac, that I hate them and turn away from them. Nay, as I sought earnestly to amend them in the first place, so keeping you away from all the rest, to them do I send you as teachers and physicians. And I not only forbid you to preach to others before these, but I do not suffer you so much as to touch upon the road that leads thither, nor to enter into such a city, because the Samaritans too are in a state of enmity with the Jews. And yet it was an easier thing to deal with them, for they were much more favorably disposed to the faith. But the case of these was more difficult. But for all this, he sends them on the harder task, indicating his guardian care of them, and stopping the mouths of the Jews, and preparing the way for the teaching of the apostles, that people might not hereafter blame them for entering in to men uncircumcised, and think they had a just cause for shunning and abhorring them. And he calls them lost, not stray, sheep, in every way contriving how to excuse them, and winning their mind to himself. And as ye go, saith he, preach, saying, The kingdom of heaven is at hand. Seest thou the greatness of their ministry? Seest thou the dignity of the apostles? Of nothing that is the object of sense are they commanded to speak, nor such as Moses spake of, and the prophets before them, but of some new and strange things. For while the former preached no such things, but earth, and the good things in the earth, these preached the kingdom of heaven, and whatever is there. And not from this circumstance only were these the greater, but also from their obedience, in that they shrink not, nor are they backward like those of old, but warned as they are of perils and wars, and of those insupportable evils, they receive with great obedience his injunctions, as being heralds of a kingdom. And what marvel, saith one, if having nothing to preach that is dismal or grievous, they readily obeyed? What sayest thou? Nothing grievous enjoined them? Dost thou not hear of the prisons, the executions, the civil wars, the hatred of all men? All which, he said a little while after, they must undergo. True, as to other men, he sent them to be procurers and heralds of innumerable blessings, but for themselves he said and proclaimed beforehand that they were to suffer terrible and incurable ills. After this, to make them trustworthy, he saith, Heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, cast out devils. Freely ye have received, freely give. See how he provides for their conduct, and that no less than for their miracles, implying that the miracles without this are nothing. Thus he both quells their pride by saying, Freely ye have received, freely give, and takes order for their being clear of covetousness. Moreover, lest it should be thought their own work, and they be lifted up by the signs that were wrought, he saith, Freely ye have received. Ye bestow no favour on them that receive you, For not for a price did ye receive these things, nor after toil, for the grace is mine. In like manner therefore give ye to them also, for there is no finding a price worthy of them. After this, plucking up immediately the root of evils, he saith, Provide neither gold, nor silver, nor brass in your purses, nor scrip for your journey, neither 2 coats, neither shoes, nor yet a staff. He said not, Take them not with you, but even if you can obtain them from another, flee the evil disease. And you see that hereby he was answering many good purposes. First, setting his disciples above suspicion. Secondly, freeing them from all care, so that they might give all their leisure to the word. Thirdly, teaching them his own power. Of this accordingly he quite speaks out to them afterwards. Lacked ye anything when I sent you naked and unshod? He did not at once say, Provide not, but when he had said, Cleanse the lepers, cast out devils, then he said, Provide nothing, freely ye have received, freely give. By his way of ordering things, consulting at once for their interest, their credit, and their ability. But perhaps someone may say that the rest may not be unaccountable, but not to have a scrip for the journey, neither 2 coats, nor a staff, nor shoes. Why did he enjoin this? Being minded to train them up unto all perfection, since even further back he had suffered them not to take thought so much as for the next day. For even to the whole world he was to send them out as teachers. Therefore of men he makes them even angels, so to speak, releasing them from all worldly care, so that they should be possessed with one care alone, that of their teaching. Or rather even from that he releases them, saying, Take no thought how or what ye shall speak. And thus, what seems to be very grievous and galling, this he shows to be especially light and easy for them. For nothing makes men so cheerful as being freed from anxiety and care, and especially when it is granted them, being so freed, to lack nothing, God being present, and becoming to them instead of all things. Next, lest they should say, Whence then are we to obtain our necessary food? He saith not unto them, Ye have heard that I have told you before, Behold the fowls of the air. For they were not yet able to realize this commandment in their actions. But he added what came far short of this saying, For the workman is worthy of his meat, declaring that they must be nourished by their disciples, that neither they might be high-minded toward those whom they were teaching, as though giving all and receiving nothing at their hands, nor these again break away, as being despised by their teachers. After this, that they may not say, Dost thou then command us to live by begging, and be ashamed of this? He signifies the thing to be a debt, both by calling them workmen, and by terming what was given hire. For think not, saith he, because the labor is in words, that the benefit conferred by you is small. Nay, for the thing hath much toil. And whatsoever they that are taught may give, it is not a free gift which they bestow, but a recompense which they render. For the workman is worthy of his meat. But this he said, not as declaring so much to be the worth of the apostles' labors, far from it, God forbid, but as both making it a law for them to seek nothing more, and as convincing the givers that what they do is not an act of liberality, but a debt. And into whatsoever city or town ye shall enter, inquire who in it is worthy, and there abide till ye go thence. That is, it follows not, saith he, from my saying, The workman is worthy of his meat, that I have opened to you all men's doors. But herein also do I require you to use much circumspection. for this will profit you both in respect of your credit and for your very maintenance. For if he is worthy, he will surely give you food, more especially when ye ask nothing beyond mere necessities. And he not only requires them to seek out worthy persons, but also not to change house for house, whereby they would neither vex him that is receiving them, nor themselves get the character of gluttony and self-indulgence. For this he declared by saying, There abide till ye go thence. And this one may perceive from the other evangelists also. Seest thou how he made them honorable by this also, and those that received them careful, by signifying that they rather are the gainers, both in honor and in respect of advantage. Then pursuing again the same subject, he saith, And when ye come into an house, salute it, and if the house be worthy, let your peace come upon it, but if it be not worthy, let your peace return to you. Seest thou how far he declines not to carry his injunctions, and very fitly. For as champions of godliness and preachers to the whole world was he training them, and in that regard disposing them to practice moderation and making them objects of love, he saith, And whoever shall not receive you, nor hear your words, when ye depart out of that house or city, shake off the dust of your feet. Verily I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment than for that city. That is, do not, saith he, because ye are teachers, therefore wait to be saluted by others, but be first in showing that respect. Then, implying that this is not a mere salutation, but a blessing, he saith, If the house be worthy, it shall come upon it. But if it deal insolently, its first punishment will be, not to have the benefit of your peace, and the second, that it shall suffer the doom of Sodom. And what, it will be said, is their punishment to us? Ye will have the houses of such as are worthy. But what means, shake off the dust of your feet? It is either to signify their having received nothing of them, or to be a witness to them of the long journey, which they had travelled for their sake. But mark, I pray thee, how he doth not even yet give the whole to them. For neither doth he as yet bestow upon them foreknowledge, so as to learn who is worthy, and who is not so, but he bids them inquire, and await the trial. How then did he himself abide with a publican? Because he was become worthy by his conversion. And mark, I pray thee, how when he had stripped them of all, he gave them all, by suffering them to abide in the houses of those who became disciples, and to enter therein, having nothing. For thus both themselves were freed from anxiety, and they would convince the others that for their salvation only are they come, first by bringing in nothing with them, then by requiring no more of them than necessities, lastly, by not entering all their houses without distinction. Since not by the signs only did he desire them to appear illustrious, but even before the signs by their own virtue. For nothing so much characterizes strictness of life as to be free from superfluities, and so far as may be from wants. This even the false apostles knew. Wherefore Paul also said, that wherein they glory, they may be found even as we. But if when we are in a strange country, and are going unto persons unknown to us, we must seek nothing more than our food for the day, much more when abiding at home. These things let us not hear only, but also imitate. For not of the apostles alone are they said, but also of the saints afterwards. Let us therefore become worthy to entertain them. For according to the disposition of the entertainers, this peace both comes and flies away again. For not only on the courageous speaking of them that teach, but also on the worthiness of them that receive, doth this effect follow. Neither let us account it a small loss not to enjoy such peace. For this peace the prophet also from of old proclaims, saying, How beautiful are the feet of them that bring good tidings of peace. Then to explain the value thereof he added, that bring good tidings of good things. This peace Christ also declared to be great when he said, Peace I leave with you, my peace I give unto you. And we should do all things so as to enjoy it, both at home and in church. For in the very church too the presiding minister gives peace, and this which we speak of is a type of that. And you should receive it with all alacrity in heart before the actual communion. For if not to impart it after communion be disgusting, how much more disgusting to repel from you him that pronounces it? For thee the presbyter sits, for thee the teacher stands, laboring and toiling. What plea then wilt thou have for not affording him so much welcome as to listen to him? For indeed the church is the common home of all, and when ye have first occupied it, we enter in, strictly observing the type which they exhibited. For this cause we also pronounce peace in common to all, directly as we enter, according to the law. Let no one therefore be careless, no one inattentive, when the priests have entered in and are teaching. For there is really no small punishment appointed for this. Yea, and I for one would rather into any of your houses 10,000 times, and find myself baffled, than not be heard when I speak here. This latter is to me harder to bear than the other, by how much this house is of greater dignity. Our great possessions being verily laid up here all the hopes we have. For what is here that is not great and awe-full? Thus both this table is far more precious and delightful than the other, and this candlestick than the candlestick there. And this they know, as many have put away diseases by anointing themselves with oil in faith and in due season. And this coffer too is far better and more indispensable than that other chest, for it hath not clothes but alms shut up in it, even though they be few that own them. Here too is a couch better than that other, for the repose of the divine scriptures is more delightful than any couch. And had we attained to excellence in respect of concord, then had we no other home beside this. And that there is nothing overburdensome in saying this, the 3,000 bear witness, and the 5,000 who had but one home, one table, one soul. For the multitude of them that believed, we read, were of one heart and of one soul. But since we fall far short of their virtue, and dwell scattered in our several homes, let us at least, when we meet here, be earnest in so doing. Because though in all other things we be destitute and poor, yet in these we are rich. Wherefore here at least receive us with love when we come in unto you. And when I say, Peace be unto you, and ye say, and with thy spirit, say it not with the voice only, but also with the mind, not in mouth, but in understanding also. But if while here thou sayest, Peace also to thy spirit, out of doors thou art mine enemy, spitting at and calumniating me, and secretly aspersing me with innumerable reproaches, what manner of peace is this? For I indeed, though thou speak evil of me 10,000 times, give thee that peace with a pure heart, with sincerity of purpose, and I can say nothing evil at any time of thee, for I have a father's bowels. And if I rebuke thee at any time, I do it out of concern for thee. But as for thee, by thy secret carping at me, and not receiving me in the Lord's house, I fear lest thou shouldest in return add to my despondency, not for thine insulting me, not for thy casting me out, but for thy rejecting our peace, and drawing down upon thyself that grievous punishment. For though I shake not off the dust, though I turn not away, what is threatened remains unchanged. For I indeed oftentimes pronounce peace to you, and will not cease from continually speaking it. And if, besides your insults, ye receive me not, even then I shake not off the dust. Not that I am disobedient to our Lord, but that I vehemently burn for you. And besides, I have suffered nothing at all for you. I have neither come a long journey, nor with that garb and that voluntary poverty am I come, therefore we first blame ourselves, nor without shoes and a second coat, and perhaps this is why ye also fail of your part. However, this is not a sufficient plea for you, but while our condemnation is greater, to you it imparts no excuse. Then the houses were churches, but now the church has become a house. Then one might say nothing worldly in a house. Now one may say nothing spiritual in a church, but even here ye bring in the business from the marketplace, and while God is discoursing, ye leave off listening in silence to his sayings, and bring in the contrary things, and make discord. And I would it were your own affairs, but now the things which are nothing to you, those ye both speak and hear. For this I lament, and will not cease lamenting. For I have no power to quit this house, but here we must needs remain until we depart from this present life. Receive us, therefore, as Paul commanded. For his language in that place related not to a meal, but to the temper and mind. This we also seek of you, even love, that fervent and genuine affection. But if ye endure not even this, at least love yourselves, and lay aside your present remissness. This is sufficient for our consolation, if we see you approving yourselves and becoming better men. So will I also myself show forth increased love, even though the more abundantly I love you, the less I be loved. For indeed there are many things to bind us together. One table is set before all. One Father begat us. We are all the issue of the same throes. The same drink hath been given to all. Or rather, not only the same drink, but also to drink out of one cup. For our Father, desiring to lead us to a kindly affection, hath devised this also, that we should drink out of one cup, a thing which belongs to intense love. But there is no comparison between the apostles and us. I confess it too, and would never deny it. For I say not to themselves, but not even to their shadows are we comparable. But nevertheless, let your part be done. This will have no tendency to disgrace you, but rather to profit you the more. For when even to unworthy persons ye show so much love and obedience, then shall ye receive the greater reward. For neither are they our own words which we speak, since ye have no teacher at all on earth. But what we have received, that we also give, and in giving we seek for nothing else from you, but to be loved only. And if we be unworthy even of this, yet by our loving you we shall quickly be worthy. Although we are commanded to love not them only that love us, but even our enemies. Who then is so hard-hearted, who so savage, that after having received such a law, he should abhor and hate even them that love him, full as he may be of innumerable evils? We have partaken of a spiritual table. Let us be partakers also of spiritual love. For if robbers, on partaking of salt, forget their character, what excuse shall we have who are continually partaking of the Lord's body, and do not imitate even their gentleness? And yet to many, not one table only, but even to be of one city, hath sufficed for friendship. But we, when we have the same city, and the same house, and table, and way, and door, and root, and life, and head, and the same shepherd and king, and teacher, and judge, and maker, and Father, and to whom all things are common, what indulgence can we deserve, if we be divided one from another. But the miracles, perhaps, are what ye seek after, such as they wrought when they entered in, the lepers cleansed, the devils driven out, and the dead raised. Nay, but this is the great indication of your high birth, and of your love, that ye should believe God without pledges. And in fact this, and one other thing, were the reasons why God made miracles to cease. I mean, that if when miracles are not performed, they that plume themselves on other advantages, for instance, either on the word of wisdom, or on show of piety, grow vainglorious, are puffed up, are separated one from another. Did miracles also take place, how could there but be violent rendings? And that what I say is not mere conjecture, the Corinthians bear witness, who from this cause were divided into many parties. Do not thou therefore seek signs, but the soul's health. Seek not to see one dead man raised, nay, for thou hast learned that the whole world is arising. Seek not to see a blind man healed, but behold, all now restored unto that better and more profitable sight. And do thou too learn to look chastely, and amend thine eye. For in truth, if we all lived as we ought, workers of miracles would not be admired so much as we, by the children of the heathen. For as to the signs, they often carry with them either a notion of mere fancy, or another evil suspicion, although ours be not such. But a pure life cannot admit of any such reproach, yea, all men's mouths are stopped by the acquisition of virtue. Let virtue then be our study, for abundant are her riches, and great the wonder wrought in her. She bestows the true freedom, and causes the same to be discerned even in slavery, not releasing from slavery, but while men continue slaves, exhibiting them more honorable than freemen, which is much more than giving them freedom, not making the poor man rich, but while he continues poor, exhibiting him wealthier than the rich. But if thou wouldest work miracles also, be rid of transgressions, and thou hast quite accomplished it. Yea, for sin is a great demon, beloved, and if thou exterminate this, thou hast wrought a greater thing than they who drive out 10,000 demons. Do thou listen to Paul, how he speaks, and prefers virtue to miracles. But covet earnestly, saith he, the best gifts, and yet show I unto you a more excellent way. And when he was to declare this way, he spoke not of raising the dead, not of cleansing of lepers, not of any other such thing, but in place of all these he set charity. Hearken also unto Christ, saying, Rejoice not that the demons obey you, but that your names are written in heaven. And again, before this, many will say to me in that day, Have we not prophesied in thy name, and cast out devils, and done many mighty works? And then I will profess unto them, I know you not. And when he was about to be crucified, he called his disciples, and said unto them, By this shall all men know that ye are my disciples, not if ye cast out devils, but if ye have love one to another. And again, Hereby shall all men know that thou hast sent me, not if these men raise the dead, but if they be one. For as to miracles, they oftentimes, while they profited another, have injured him who had the power, by lifting him up to pride and vainglory, or haply in some other way. But in our works there is no place for any such suspicion, but they profit both such as follow them, and many others. These then let us perform with much diligence. For if thou change from inhumanity to almsgiving, thou hast stretched forth the hand that was withered. If thou withdraw from theatres and go to the church, thou hast cured the lame foot. if thou draw back thine eyes from an harlot, and from beauty not thine own, thou hast opened them when they were blind. If instead of satanical songs thou hast learnt spiritual psalms, being dumb, thou hast spoken. These are the greatest miracles, these the wonderful signs. If we go on working these signs, we shall both ourselves be a great and admirable sort of persons through these, and shall win over all the wicked unto virtue, and shall enjoy the life to come, unto which may we all attain, by the grace and love towards men of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory and might for ever and ever. Amen. End of Homily 32. Homily 33, Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew, by St. John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 33, Matthew 10, 16 through 22. Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore wise as serpents, and harmless as doves. Having made them feel confident about their necessary food, and opened unto them all men's houses, and having invested their entrance with an appearance to attract veneration, charging them not to come in as wanderers and beggars, but as much more venerable than those who received them. For this he signifies by his saying, The workman is worthy of his hire, and by his commanding them to inquire who was worthy, and there to remain, and enjoining them to salute such as receive them, and by his threatening such as receive them not with those incurable evils. Having, I say, in this way cast out their anxiety, and armed them with the display of miracles, and made them as it were all iron and adamant, by delivering them from all worldly things, and enfranchising them from all temporal care. He speaks in what follows of the evils also that were to befall them, not only those that were to happen soon after, but those too that were to be in long course of time, from the first, even long beforehand, preparing them for the war against the devil. Yea, and many advantages were hence secured. And first, that they learnt the power of his foreknowledge. Secondly, that no one should suspect that through weakness of their master came these evils upon them. Thirdly, that such as undergo these things should not be dismayed by their falling out unexpectedly, and against hope. Fourthly, that they might not at the very time of the cross be troubled on hearing these things. For indeed they were just so affected at that time, when also he upbraided them, saying, Because I have said these things unto you, sorrow hath filled your hearts, and none of you asketh me, Whither goest thou? And yet he had said nothing yet as touching himself, as that he should be bound, and scourged, and put to death, that he might not hereby also confound their minds. But for the present he announces before what should happen to themselves. Then, that they might learn that this system of war is new, and the manner of the array unwonted, as he sends them bare, and with one coat, and unshod, and without staff, and without girdle or scrip, and bids them be maintained by such as receive them. So neither here did he stay his speech, but to signify his unspeakable power he saith, Even thus setting out, exhibit the gentleness of sheep. And this, though ye are to go unto wolves, and not simply unto wolves, but into the midst of wolves. And he bids them have not only gentleness as sheep, but also the harmlessness of the dove. For thus shall I best show forth my might, when sheep get the better of wolves, and being in the midst of wolves, and receiving 1,000 bites, so far from being consumed, do even work a change on them a thing far greater and more marvellous than killing them, to alter their spirit, and to reform their mind, and this being only 12, while the whole world is filled with the wolves. Let us then be ashamed who do the contrary, who set like wolves upon our enemies. For so long as we are sheep, we conquer. Though 10,000 wolves prowl around, we overcome and prevail. But if we become wolves, we are worsted, for the help of our shepherd departs from us. For he feeds not wolves, but sheep. And he forsakes thee and retires, for neither dost thou allow his might to be shown. Because, as he accounts the whole triumph his own, if thou being ill used, show forth gentleness. So if thou follow it up and give blows, thou obscurest his victory. But do thou consider, I pray thee, who they are that hear these injunctions, so hard and laborious, the timid and ignorant, the unlettered and uninstructed, such as are in every respect obscure, who have never been trained up in the Gentile laws, who do not readily present themselves in public places, the fishermen, the publicans, men full of innumerable deficiencies. For if these things were enough to confound even the lofty and great, how were they not enough to cast down and dismay them that were in all respects untried, and had never entertained any noble imagination? But they did not cast them down. And very naturally, someone may perhaps say, because he gave them power to cleanse lepers, to drive out devils. I would answer as follows. Nay, this very thing was enough especially to perplex them, that for all their raising the dead, they were to undergo these intolerable evils, both judgments and executions, and the wars which all would wage on them, and the common hatred of the world, and that such terrors await them, while themselves are working miracles. What then is their consolation for all these things? The power of him that sends them. Wherefore also he puts this before all, saying, Behold, I send you. This suffices for your encouragement, this for confidence, in fearing none of your assailants. Seest thou authority? Seest thou prerogative? Seest thou invincible might? Now his meaning is like this. Be not troubled, so he speaks, that sending you among wolves, I command you to be like sheep and like doves. For I might indeed have done the contrary, and have suffered you to undergo nothing terrible, nor sheep to be exposed to wolves. I might have rendered you more formidable than lions, but it is expedient that so it should be. This makes you also more glorious. This proclaims also my power. This he said also unto Paul, My grace is sufficient for thee. My strength is made perfect in weakness. It is I, now mark it, who have caused you so to be. For in saying, I send you forth as sheep, he intimates this. Do not therefore despond, for I know certainly, that in this way, more than any other, ye will be invincible to all. After this, that they may contribute something on their own part also, and that all might not seem to be of his grace, nor they suppose to be crowned at random, and vainly, he saith, Be ye therefore wise as serpents, and harmless as doves. But what, it might be said, will our wisdom avail in so great dangers? Nay, how shall we be able to have wisdom at all, when so many waves are drenching us all over? For let a sheep be ever so wise, when it is in the midst of wolves, and so many wolves, what will it be able to do? Let the dove be ever so harmless, what will it profit, when so many hawks are assailing it? In the brutes indeed, not at all, but in you as much as possible. But let us see what manner of wisdom here he requires. That of the serpent, he saith. For even as that animal gives up everything, and if its very body must be cut off, doth not very earnestly defend it, so that it may save its head. In like manner do thou also, saith he. Give up everything but the faith. Though goods, body, life itself, must be yielded. For that is the head and the root. And if that be preserved, though thou lose all, thou wilt recover all with so much the more splendor. On this account then he neither commanded to be merely a simple and single-hearted sort of person, nor merely wise, but hath mixed up both these, so that they may become virtue, taking in the wisdom of the serpent, that we may not be wounded in our vitals, and the harmlessness of the dove, that we may not retaliate on our wrongdoers, nor avenge ourselves on them that lay snares, since wisdom again is useless, except this be added. Now what, I ask, could be more strict than these injunctions? Why, was it not enough to suffer wrong? Nay, saith he, but I do not permit thee so much as to be indignant. For this is the dove. As though one should cast a reed into fire, and command it not to be burnt by the fire, but to quench it. However, let us not be troubled. Nay, for these things have come to pass, and have had an accomplishment, and have been shown in very deed, and men became wise as serpents, and harmless as doves, not being of another nature, but of the same with us. Let not then any one account his injunctions impracticable, for he beyond all others knows the nature of things. He knows that fierceness is not quenched by fierceness, but by gentleness. And if in men's actual deeds too thou wouldst see this result, read the book of the Acts of the Apostles, and thou wilt see how often, when the people of the Jews had risen up against them and were sharpening their teeth, these men, imitating the dove, and answering with suitable meekness, did away with their wrath, quenched their madness, broke their impetuosity. As when they said, Did we not straitly command you that ye should not speak in this name? Although able to work any number of miracles, they neither said nor did anything harsh, but answered for themselves with all meekness, saying, Whether it be right to hearken unto you more than unto God, judge ye. Hast thou seen the harmlessness of the dove? Behold the wisdom of the serpent. For we cannot but speak these things, which we know and have heard. Seest thou how we must be perfect on all points, so as neither to be abased by dangers, nor provoked by anger? Therefore he said also, Beware of men, for they shall deliver you up to councils, and they shall scourge you in their synagogues, and ye shall be brought before governors and kings for my sake, for a testimony to them and the Gentiles. Thus again is he preparing them to be vigilant, in every case assigning to them the sufferance of wrong, and permitting the infliction of it to others, to teach thee that the victory is in suffering evil, and that his glorious trophies are thereby set up. For he said not at all, Fight ye also, and resist them that would vex you, but only, Ye shall suffer the utmost ills. O how great is the power of him that speaks! How great the self-command of them that hear! For indeed we have great cause to marvel, how they did not straightway dart away from him on hearing these things, apt as they were to be startled at every sound, and such as had never gone further than that lake, around which they used to fish. And how did they not reflect, and say to themselves, And whither after all this are we to flee? The courts of justice against us, the kings against us, the governors, the synagogues of the Jews, the nations of the Gentiles, the rulers and the ruled. For hereby he not only forewarned them of Palestine and the ills therein, but discovered also the wars throughout the world, saying, Ye shall be brought before kings and governors, signifying that to the Gentiles also he was afterwards to send them as heralds. Thou hast made the world our enemy. Thou hast armed against us all them that dwell on the earth, peoples, tyrants, kings. And what follows again is much more fearful, since men are to become on our account murderers of brothers, of children, of fathers. For the brother, saith he, shall deliver up the brother to death, and the father the child, and the children shall rise up against their parents, and cause them to be put to death. How then, one might say, will the rest of men believe, when they see on our account children slain by their fathers, and brethren by brethren, and all things filled with abominations? What? Will not men, as though we were destructive demons, will they not, as though we were devoted, and pest of the world, drive us out from every quarter, seeing the earth filled with blood of kinsmen, and with so many murders? Surely fair is the peace, is it not, which we are to bring into men's houses and give them, while we are filling those houses with so many slaughters? Why, had we been some great number of us, instead of 12, had we been, instead of unlearned and ignorant, wise and skilled in rhetoric, and mighty in speech, nay more, had we been even kings, and in possession of armies and abundance of wealth, how could we have persuaded any, while kindling up civil wars, yea, and other wars far worse than they? Why, though we were to despise our own safety, which of all other men will give heed to us? But none of these things did they either think or say, neither did they require any account of his injunctions, but simply yielded and obeyed. And this came not from their own virtue only, but also of the wisdom of their teacher. For see how to each of the fearful things he annexed an encouragement, as in the case of such as received them not, he said, It shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment, than for that city. So here again, when he had said, Ye shall be brought before governors and kings, he added, For my sake, for a testimony to them and the Gentiles. And this is no small consolation, that they are suffering these things both for Christ and for the Gentiles' conviction. Thus God, though no one regard, is found to be everywhere doing his own works. Now these things were a comfort to them, not that they desired the punishment of other men, but that they might have ground of confidence, as sure to have him everywhere present with them, who had both foretold and foreknown these things, and because not as wicked men and as pests were they to suffer all this. And together with these he adds another, and that no small consolation for them, saying, But when they deliver you up, take no thought how or what ye shall speak, for it shall be given you in that hour what ye shall speak. For it is not ye that speak, but the Spirit of your Father that speaketh in you. For lest they should say, How shall we be able to persuade men when such things are taking place? He bids them be confident as to their defense also. And elsewhere indeed he saith, I will give you a mouth and wisdom. But here, it is the Spirit of your Father that speaketh in you, advancing them unto the dignity of the prophets. Therefore, when he had spoken of the power that was given, then he added also the terrors, the murders, and the slaughters. For the brother shall deliver up the brother, saith he, to death, and the father the child, and the children shall rise up against their parents, and cause them to be put to death. And not even at this did he stop, but added also what was greatly more fearful, and enough to shiver a rock to pieces. And ye shall be hated of all men. And here again the consolation is at the doors. For my name's sake, saith he, ye shall suffer these things. And with this again another, But he that endureth to the end, the same shall be saved. And these things in another point of view likewise were sufficient to rouse up their spirits, since at any rate the power of their gospel was to blaze up so high, as that nature should be despised, and kindred rejected, and the word preferred to all, chasing all mightily away. For if no tyranny of nature is strong enough to withstand your sayings, but it is dissolved and trodden under foot, what else shall be able to get the better of you? Not, however, that your life will be in security, because these things shall be, but rather ye will have for your common enemies and foes them that dwell in the whole world. Where now is Platon? Where Pythagoras? Where the long chain of the Stoics? For the first, having enjoyed great honor, was so practically refuted as even to be sold out of the country, and to succeed in none of his objects, no, not so much as in respect of one tyrant. Yea, he betrayed his disciples, and ended his life miserably. And the cynics, mere pollutions as they were, have all passed by like a dream and a shadow, and yet assuredly no such thing ever befell them, but rather they were accounted glorious for their heathen philosophy. And the Athenians made a public monument of the epistles of Platon, sent them by Theon, and they passed all their time at ease, and abounded in wealth not a little. Thus, for instance, Aristippus was used to purchase costly harlots, and another made a will, leaving no common inheritance. And another, when his disciples had laid themselves down like a bridge, walked on them. And he of Sinope, they say, even behaved himself unseemly in the marketplace. Yea, these are their honorable things. But there is no such thing here, but a strict temperance, and a perfect decency, and a war against the whole world in behalf of truth and godliness, and to be slain every day, and not until hereafter their glorious trophies. But there are some also, one may say, skilled in war amongst them, as Themistocles, Pericles. But these things too are children's toys compared with the acts of the fishermen. For what canst thou say? That he persuaded the Athenians to embark in their ships, when Xerxes was marching upon Greece. Why, in this case, when it is not Xerxes marching, but the devil with the whole world, and his evil spirits innumerable assailing these 12 men, not at one crisis only, but throughout their whole life, they prevailed and vanquished, and what was truly marvelous, not by slaying their adversaries, but by converting and reforming them. For this especially you should observe throughout, that they slew not, nor destroyed such as were plotting against them, but having found them as bad as devils, they made them rivals of angels, enfranchising human nature from this evil tyranny, while as to those execrable demons that were confounding all things, they drave them out of the midst of markets and houses, or rather even from the very wilderness. And to this the choirs of the monks bear witness, whom they have planted everywhere, clearing out not the habitable only, but even the uninhabitable land. And what is yet more marvelous, they did not this in fair conflict, but in the enduring of evil they accomplished it all, since men actually had them in the midst, 12 unlearned persons, binding, scourging, dragging them about, and were not able to stop their mouths. But as it is impossible to bind the sunbeam, so also their tongue. And the reason was, it was not they themselves that spake, but the power of the Spirit. Thus, for instance, did Paul overcome Agrippas and Nero, who surpassed all men in wickedness. For the Lord, saith he, stood with me, and strengthened me, and delivered me out of the mouth of the lion. But do thou also admire them, how when it was said to them, Take no thought, they yet believed and accepted it, and none of the terrors amazed them. And if thou say, he gave them encouragement enough, by saying, It shall be the Spirit of your Father that shall speak. Even for this am I most amazed at them, that they doubted not, nor sought deliverance from their perils. And this, when not for 2 or 3 years were they to suffer these things, but all their life long. For the saying, He that endureth to the end, the same shall be saved, is an intimation of this. For his will is, that not his part only should be contributed, but that the good deeds should be also done of them. Mark, for instance, how from the first, part is his, part his disciples. Thus, to do miracles is his, but to provide nothing is theirs. Again, to open all men's houses was the grace from above, but to require no more than was needful of their own self-denial. For the workman is worthy of his hire. Their bestowing peace was of the gift of God, their inquiring for the worthy, and not entering in without distinction unto all, of their own self-command. Again, to punish such as received them not was his, but to retire with gentleness from them, without reviling or insulting them, was of the apostles' meekness. To give the Spirit, and cause them not to take thought, was of him that sent them, but to become like sheep and doves, and to bear all things nobly, was of their calmness and prudence. To be hated and not to despond, and to endure, was their own. To save them that endured, was of him who sent them. Wherefore also he said, He that endureth to the end, the same shall be saved. That is, because the more part are wont at the beginning indeed to be vehement, but afterwards to faint. Therefore saith he, I require the end. For what is the use of seeds, flourishing indeed at first, but a little after fading away? Therefore it is the continued patience that he requires of them. I mean, lest any say, He wrought the whole himself, and it was no wonder that they should prove such, suffering as they did nothing intolerable. Therefore he saith unto them, There is need also of patience on your part. For though I should rescue you from the first dangers, I am reserving you for others more grievous, and after these again others will succeed. And ye shall not cease to have snares laid for you, so long as ye have breath. For this he intimated in saying, But he that endureth to the end, the same shall be saved. For this cause then, though he said, Take no thought what ye shall speak, yet elsewhere he saith, Be ready to give an answer to every man that asketh you a reason of the hope that is in you. That is, as long as the contest is among friends, he commands us also to take thought. But when there is a terrible tribunal, and frantic assemblies and terrors on all sides, he bestows the influence from himself, that they may take courage and speak out, and not be discouraged, nor betray the righteous cause. For in truth it was a very great thing, for a man occupied about lakes and skins and receipt of custom, when tyrants were on their thrones, and satraps and guards standing by them, and the swords drawn, and all standing on their side, to enter in alone, bound, hanging down his head, and yet be able to open his mouth. For indeed they allowed them neither speech nor defense with respect to their doctrines, but set about torturing them to death as common pest of the world. For they, it is said, that have turned the world upside down, are come hither also. And again, they preach things contrary to the decrees of Caesar, saying that Jesus Christ is King. And everywhere the courts of justice were preoccupied by such suspicions, and much influence from above was needed, for their showing both the truth of the doctrine they preached, and that they were not violating the common laws, so that they should neither, while earnest to speak of the doctrine, fall under suspicion of overturning the laws, nor again, while earnest to show that they were not overturning the common government, corrupt the perfection of their doctrines. All which thou wilt see accomplished with all due consideration, both in Peter and in Paul, and in all the rest. Yea, and as rebels and innovators and revolutionists, they were accused all over the world. Yet nevertheless, they both repelled this impression, and invested themselves with the contrary, all men celebrating them as saviours and guardians and benefactors. And all this they achieved by their much patience. Wherefore also Paul said, I die daily. And he continued to stand in jeopardy unto the end. What then must we deserve, having such high patterns, and in peace giving way to effeminacy and remissness? With none to make war, it is too evident, we are slain. We faint when no man pursues. In peace we are required to be saved. And even for this we are not sufficient. And they indeed, when the world was on fire, and the pile was being kindled over the whole earth, entering, snatched from within, out of the midst of the flame, such as were burning. But thou art not able so much as to preserve thyself. What confidence then will there be for us? What favour? There are no stripes, no prisons, no rulers, no synagogues, nor aught else of that kind to set upon us. Yea, quite on the contrary, we rule and prevail. For both kings are godly, and there are many honours for Christians, and precedences, and distinctions and immunities, and not even so do we prevail. And whereas they being daily led to execution, both teachers and disciples, and bearing innumerable stripes and continual brandings, were in greater luxury than such as abide in paradise. We who have endured no such thing, not even in a dream, are softer than any wax. But they, it will be said, wrought miracles. Did this then keep them from the scourge? Did it free them from persecution? Nay, for this is the strange thing, that they suffered such things often even at the hands of them whom they benefited, and not even so were they confounded, receiving only evil for good. But thou, if thou bestow on any one little benefit, and then be requited with anything unpleasant, art confounded, art troubled, and repentest of that which thou hast done. If now it should happen, as I pray it may not happen, nor at any time fall out, that there be a war against churches, and a persecution, imagine how great will be the ridicule, how sore the reproaches. And very naturally, for when no one exercises himself in the wrestling school, how shall he be distinguished in the contest? What champion, not being used to the trainer, will be able, when summoned by the Olympic contest, to show forth anything great and noble against his antagonist? Ought we not every day to wrestle and fight and run? See ye not them that are called pentathlete, when they have no antagonist, how they fill a sack with much sand, and hanging it up try their full strength thereupon? And they that are still younger practice the fight against their enemies upon the persons of their companions. These do thou also emulate, and practice the wrestlings of self-denial. For indeed there are many that provoke to anger, and incite to lust, and kindle a great flame. Stand therefore against thy passions. Bear nobly the mental pangs, that thou mayest endure also those of the body. For so the blessed Job, if he had not exercised himself well before his conflicts, would not have shone so brightly in the same. Unless he had practised freedom from all despondency, he would have uttered some rash word when his children died. But as it was, he stood against all the assaults, against ruin of fortune, and destruction of so great affluence, against loss of children, against his wife's commiseration, against plagues in the body, against reproaches of friends, against revilings of servants. And if thou wouldest see his ways of exercise also, hear him saying how he used to despise wealth. If I did but rejoice, saith he, because my wealth was great. If I set gold up for a heap, if I put my trust in a precious stone. Therefore neither was he confounded at their being taken away, since he desired them not when present. Hear how he also managed what related to his children, not giving way to undue softness, as we do, but requiring of them all circumspection. For he who offered sacrifice even for their secret sins, imagine how strict a judge he was of such as were manifest. And if thou wouldest also hear of his strivings after continence, hearken to him when he saith, I made a covenant with mine eyes, that I should not think upon a maid. For this cause his wife did not break his spirit, for he loved her even before this, not however immoderately, but as is due to a wife. Wherefore I am led even to marvel, whence it came into the devil's thought to stir up the contest, knowing as he did of his previous training. Whence then did it occur to him? The monster is wicked and never despairs, and this turns out to us a very great condemnation, that he indeed never gives up the hope of our destruction, but we despair of our own salvation. But for bodily mutilation and indignity, mark how he practiced himself. Why, inasmuch as he himself had never undergone any such thing, but had continued to live in wealth and luxury, and in all other splendor, he used to divine other men's calamities one by one. And this he declared when he said, For the thing which I greatly feared is come upon me, and that which I was afraid of is come unto me. And again, but I wept for every helpless man, and groaned when I saw a man in distress. So because of this, nothing of what happened confounded him, none of those great and intolerable ills. For I bid thee not look at the ruin of his substance, nor at the loss of his children, nor at that incurable plague, nor at his wife's device against him, but at those things which are far more grievous than these. And what, saith one, did Job suffer more grievous than these? For from his history there is nothing more than these for us to learn. Because we are asleep, we do not learn, since he surely that is anxious, and searches well for the pearl, will know of many more particulars than these. For the more grievous, and apt to infuse greater perplexity, were different. And first, his knowing nothing certain about the kingdom of heaven and the resurrection, which indeed he also spoke of, lamenting, For I shall not live alway, that I should suffer long. Next, his being conscious to himself of many good works. Thirdly, his being conscious of no evil thing. Fourthly, his supposing that at God's hands he was undergoing it, or if at the devil's, this again was enough to offend him. Fifthly, his hearing his friends accusing him of wickedness. For thou hast not been scourged, say they, according to what thy sins deserve. Sixthly, his seeing such as lived in wickedness prospering and exulting over him. Seventhly, not having any other to whom he might look as even having ever suffered such things. And if thou wouldest learn how great these things are, consider our present state. For if now, when we are looking for a kingdom, and hoping for a resurrection, and for the unutterable blessings, and are conscious to ourselves of countless evil deeds, and when we have so many examples, and are partakers of so high a philosophy, should any persons lose a little gold, and this often, after having taken it by violence, they deem life not to be lived in, having no wife to lay sore on them, nor bereaved of children, nor reproached by friends, nor insulted by servants, but rather having many to comfort them, some by words, some by deeds. Of how noble crowns must not he be worthy, who seeing what he had gotten together by honest labour, snatched away from him for naught and at random, and after all that, undergoing temptations without number, like sleet, yet throughout all abides unmoved, and offers to the Lord his due thanksgiving for it all. Why, though no one had spoken any of the other taunts, yet his wife's words alone were sufficient utterly to shake a very rock. Look, for example, at her craft. No mention of money, none of camels and flocks and herds, for she was conscious of her husband's self-command with regard to these. But of what was harder to bear than all these, I mean their children. and she deepens the tragedy, and adds to it her own influence. Now if when men were in wealth, and suffering no distress, in many things and oft have women prevailed on them. Imagine how courageous was that soul which repulsed her, assaulting him with such powerful weapons, and which trod under foot the two most tyrannical passions, desire and pity. And yet many, having conquered desire, have yielded to pity. That noble Joseph, for instance, held in subjection the most tyrannical of pleasures, and repulsed that strange woman, plying him as she did with innumerable devices. But his tears he contained not, but when he saw his brethren that had wronged him, he was all on fire with that passion, and quickly cast off the mask, and discovered the part he had been playing. But when first of all she is his wife, and when her words are piteous, and the moment favourable for her, as well as his wounds and his stripes, and those countless waves of calamities, how can one otherwise than rightly pronounce the soul impassive to so great a storm to be firmer than any adamant? Allow me freely to say that the very apostles, if not inferior to this blessed man, are at least not greater than he was. For they indeed were comforted by the suffering for Christ, and this medicine was so sufficient daily to relieve them, that the Lord puts it everywhere, saying, "For me, for my sake," and, "If they call me, the master of the house, Beelzebub." But he was destitute of this encouragement, and of that from miracles, and of that from grace, for neither had he so great power of the Spirit. And what is yet greater, nourished in much delicacy, not from amongst fishermen and publicans and such as lived frugally, but after enjoyment of so much honour he suffered all that he did suffer. And what seemed hardest to bear in the case of the apostles, this same he also underwent, being hated of friends, of servants, of enemies, of them who had received kindness of him. And the sacred anchor, the harbour without waves, namely, that which was said to the apostles, "For my sake," of this he had no sight. I admire again the three children, for that they dared the furnace, that they stood up against a tyrant. But hear what they say: "We serve not thy gods, nor worship the image which thou hast set up." A thing which was the greatest encouragement to them, to know of a certainty that for God they are suffering all whatsoever they suffer. But this man knew not that it was all conflicts, and a wrestling, for had he known it, he would not have felt what was happening. At any rate, when he heard, "Thinkest thou that I have uttered to thee mine oracles for naught, or that thou mightest be proved righteous?" Consider how straightway, at a bare word, he breathed again, how he made himself of no account, how he accounted himself not so much as to have suffered what he had suffered, thus saying, "Why do I plead any more, being admonished and reproved of the Lord, hearing such things, I being nothing?" And again, "I have heard of thee before, as far as hearing of the ear, but now mine eye hath seen thee. Wherefore I have made myself vile, and have melted away, and accounted myself earth and ashes." This fortitude then, this moderation, of him that was before law and grace, let us also emulate, who are after law and grace, that we may also be able to share with him the eternal tabernacles, unto which may we all attain, by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be the glory and the victory for ever and ever. Amen. End of Homily 33. Homily 34, Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew, by St. John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 34, Matthew 10, 23 through 33.
But when they persecute you in this city, flee ye into the other. For verily I say unto you, ye shall not have gone over the cities of Israel, till the Son of Man be come. Having spoken of those fearful and horrible things, enough to melt very adamant, which after his cross, and the resurrection, and the Assumption were to befall them, he directs again his discourse to what was of more tranquil character, allowing those whom he is training to recover breath, and affording them full security. For he did not at all command them, when persecuted, to close with the enemy, but to fly. That is, it being so far but a beginning, and a prelude, he gave his discourse a very condescending turn. For not now of the ensuing persecutions is he speaking, but of those before the cross and the passion. And this he showed by saying, Ye shall not have gone over the cities of Israel, till the Son of Man be come. That is, lest they should say, What then, if when persecuted we flee, and there again they overtake us, and drive us out? To destroy this fear he saith, Ye shall not have gone round to Palestine first, but I will straightway come upon you. And see how here again he doeth not away with the terrors, but stands by them in their perils. For he said not, I will snatch you out, and will put an end to the persecutions. But what? Ye shall not have gone over the cities of Israel, till the Son of Man be come. Yea, for it sufficed for their consolation simply to see him. But do thou observe, I pray thee, how he doth not on every occasion leave all to grace, but requires something also to be contributed on their part. For if ye fear, saith he, flee. For this he signified by saying, Flee ye, and fear not. And he did not command them to flee at first, but when persecuted to withdraw. Neither is it a great distance that he allows them, but so much as to go about the cities of Israel. Then again, he trains them for another branch of self-command, first casting out all care for their food, secondly, all fear of their perils, and now that of calumny. Since from that first anxiety he freed them by saying, The workman is worthy of his hire, and by signifying that many would receive them, and from their distress about their dangers, by saying, Take no thought how or what ye shall speak, and he that endureth unto the end, the same shall be saved. But since withal it was likely that they should also bring upon themselves an evil report, which to many seems harder to bear than all, see whence he comforts them even in this case, deriving the encouragement from himself, and from all that had been said touching himself, to which nothing else was equal. For as he said in that other place, Ye shall be hated of all men, and added, For my name's sake, so also here. And in another way he mitigates it, joining a fresh topic to that former. What kind of one then is it? The disciple, saith he, is not above his master, nor the servant above his Lord. It is enough for the disciple that he be as his master, and the servant as his Lord. If they have called the master of the house Beelzebub, how much more shall they call them of his household? Fear them not, therefore. See how he discovers himself to be the Lord and God and Creator of all things. What then? Is there not any disciple above his master, or servant above his Lord? So long as he is a disciple and a servant, he is not, by the nature of that honor. For tell me not here of the rare instances, but take the principle from the majority. And he saith not, How much more his servants, but them of his household, to show how very near he felt them to be to him. And elsewhere too he said, Henceforth I call you not servants, ye are my friends. And he said not, If they have insulted the master of the house, and calumniated him, but states also the very form of the insult, that they called him Beelzebub. Then he gives also another consolation, not inferior to this. for this indeed is the greatest. But because for them who were not yet living strictly, there was need also of another, such as might have special power to refresh them, he states it likewise. And the saying seems indeed in form to be an universal proposition. Nevertheless, not of all matters, but of those in hand only is it spoken. For what saith he? There is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, nor hid that shall not be known. Now what he saith is like this. It is indeed sufficient for your encouragement that I also shared with you in the same reproach, I who am your Master and Lord. But if it still grieve you to hear these words, consider this other thing too, that even from this suspicion ye will soon be released. For why do ye grieve? At their calling you sorcerers and deceivers? But wait a little, and all men will address you as saviours and benefactors of the world. Yea, for time discovers all things that are concealed. It will both refute their false accusation and make manifest your virtue. For when the event shows you saviours and benefactors and examples of all virtue, men will not give heed to their words, but to the real state of the case, and they will appear false accusers and liars and slanderers, but ye brighter than the sun. Length of time revealing and proclaiming you, and uttering a voice clearer than a trumpet, and making all men witnesses of your virtue. Let not therefore what is now said humble you, but let the hope of the good things to come raise you up. For it cannot be that what relates to you should be hid. Then, having rid them of all distress and fears and anxiety, and set them above men's reproaches, then, and not till then, he seasonably discourses to them also of boldness in their preaching. For what I tell you, saith he, in darkness, that speak ye in light, and what ye have heard in the ear, that preach ye upon the housetops. Yet it was not at all darkness when he was saying these things, neither was he discoursing unto them in the ear, but he used a strong figure, thus speaking. That is, because he was conversing with them alone, and in a small corner of Palestine, therefore he said, in darkness and in the ear, contrasting the boldness of speech which he was hereafter to confer on them, with the tone of the conversation which was then going on. For not to 1 or 2 or 3 cities, but to the whole world ye shall preach, saith he, traversing land and sea, the inhabited country and the desert, to princes alike and tribes, to philosophers and orators, saying all with open face, and with all boldness of speech. Therefore he said, on the housetops and in the light, without any shrinking, and with all freedom. And wherefore said he not only, preach on the housetops and speak in the light, but added also, what I tell you in darkness and what ye hear in the ear? It was to raise up their spirits. As therefore when he said, He that believeth on me, the works that I do shall he do also, and greater works than these shall he do, even so here too, to signify that he will do it all by them, and more than by himself, he inserted this. For the beginning indeed, saith he, I have given, and the prelude, but the greater part of it is my will to effect through you. Now this is the language of one not commanding only, but also declaring beforehand what was to be, and encouraging them with his sayings, and implying that they should prevail over all, and quietly also removing again their distress at the evil report. For as this doctrine, after lying hid for a while, shall overspread all things, so also the evil suspicion of the Jews shall quickly perish. Then, because he had lifted them up on high, he again gives warning of the perils also, adding wings to their mind, and exalting them high above all. For what saith he? Fear not them which kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul. Seest thou how he set them far above all things, persuading them to despise not anxiety only and calumny, dangers and plots, but even that which is esteemed of all things most terrible, death, and not death alone,
but by violence too. And he said not, Ye shall be slain, but with the dignity that became him, he set this before them, saying, Fear not them which kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul, but rather fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell, bringing round the argument, as he ever doth, to its opposite. For what is your fear, saith he, of death? And are ye therefore slow to preach? Nay, for this very cause I bid you preach, that ye fear death. For this shall deliver you from that which is really death. What though shall they slay you? Yet over the better part they shall not prevail, though they strive 10,000 ways. Therefore he said not, Who do not kill the soul, but who are not able to kill. For wish it as they may, they shall not prevail. Wherefore, if thou fear punishment, fear that, the more grievous by far. Seest thou how again he doth not promise them deliverance from death, but permits them to die, granting them more than if he had not allowed them to suffer it? Because deliverance from death is not near so great as persuading men to despise death. You see now, he doth not push them into dangers, but sets them above dangers, and in a short sentence fixes in their mind the doctrines that relate to the immortality of the soul. And having in 2 or 3 words implanted a saving doctrine, he comforts them also by other considerations. Thus, lest they should think, when killed and butchered, that as men forsaken they suffered this, he introduces again the argument of God's providence, saying on this wise, Are not 2 sparrows sold for a farthing? And one of them shall not fall into a snare without your Father. But the very hairs of your head are all numbered. For what is viler than they, saith he? Nevertheless, not even shall these be taken without God's knowledge. For he means not this, by his operation they fall, for this were unworthy of God, but nothing that is done is hid from him. If then he is not ignorant of anything that befalls us, and loves us more truly than a father, and so loves us as to have numbered our very hairs, we ought not to be afraid. And this he said, not that God numbers our hairs, but that he might indicate his perfect knowledge and his great providence over them. If therefore he knows both all things that are done, and is able to save you, and willing, whatever ye may have to suffer, think not that as persons forsaken ye suffer. For neither is it his will to deliver you from the terrors, but to persuade you to despise them, since this is, more than anything, deliverance from the terrors. Fear ye not, therefore, ye are of more value than many sparrows. Seest thou that the fear had already prevailed over them? Yea, for he knew the secrets of the heart, therefore he added, Fear them not therefore, for even should they prevail, it will be over the inferior part, I mean the body, which though they should not kill, nature will surely take with her and depart. So that not even this depends on them, but men have it from nature. And if thou fear this, much more shouldest thou fear what is greater, and dread him who is able to destroy both soul and body in hell. And he saith not openly now that it is himself, who is able to destroy both soul and body. But where he before declared himself to be judge, he made it manifest. But now the contrary takes place. Him, namely, who is able to destroy the soul, that is, to punish it, we fear not. But those who slay the body, we shudder at. Yet surely while he together with the soul punishes the body also, they cannot even chasten the body, much less the soul. And though they chasten it ever so severely, yet in that way they rather make it more glorious. Seest thou how he signifies the conflicts to be easy? Because in truth, death did exceedingly agitate their souls, inspiring terror for a time, for that it had not as yet been made easy to overcome, neither had they that were to despise it partaken of the grace of the Spirit. Having, you see, cast out the fear and distress that was agitating their soul, by what follows he also encourages them again, casting out fear by fear, and not by fear only, but also by the hope of great prizes, and he threatens with much authority, in both ways urging them to speak boldly for the truth, and saith further, Whosoever therefore shall confess me before men, him will I also confess before my Father which is in heaven. But whosoever shall deny me before men, him will I also deny before my Father which is in heaven. Thus not from the good things only, but also from the opposites doth he urge them, and he concludes with the dismal part. And mark his exact care. He said not me, but in me, implying that not by a power of his own, but by the help of grace from above, the confessor makes his confession. But of him that denies he said not, in me, but me. For he having become destitute of the gift, his denial ensues. Why then is he blamed, one may say, if being forsaken he denies? Because the being forsaken is the fault of the forsaken person himself. But why is he not satisfied with the faith in the mind, but requires also the confession with the mouth? To train us up to boldness in speech, and to more abundant love and determination, and to raise us on high. Wherefore also he addresses himself to all, nor doth he at all apply this to the disciples only in person, for not them, but their disciples too, he is now rendering noble-hearted. Because he that hath learnt this lesson will not only teach with boldness, but will likewise suffer all things easily, and with ready mind. This at any rate brought over many to the apostles, even their belief in this word, because both in the punishment the infliction is heavier, and in the good things the recompense greater. I mean, whereas he that doeth right hath the advantage in time, and the delay of the penalty is counted for gain by the sinner, he hath introduced an equivalent, or rather a much greater advantage, the increase of the recompenses. Hast thou the advantage, saith he, by having first confessed me here? I also will have the advantage of thee, by giving thee greater things, and unspeakably greater, for I will confess thee there. Seest thou that both the good things and the evil things are there to be dispensed? Why then hasten and hurry thyself? And why seek thy rewards here, thou who art saved by hope? Wherefore, whether thou hast done anything good, and not received its recompense here, be not troubled, for with increase in the time to come, the reward thereof awaits thee. Or whether thou hast done any evil, and not paid the penalty, be not easy, for there will vengeance receive thee, if thou turn not and amend. But if thou believe it not, from the things here form thy conjecture about the things to come also. Why, if in the season of conflicts they that confess are so glorious, imagine what they will be in the season of the crowns. If the enemies here applaud, how shall that tenderest of all fathers fail to admire and proclaim thee? Yea, then shall we have both our gifts for the good, and our punishments for the evil, so that such as deny shall suffer harm, both here and there. Here living with an evil conscience, though they were never to die, they shall be surely dead. And there, undergoing the last penalty. But the other sort will profit both here and there, both here making a gain of their death, and in this way becoming more glorious than the living, and there enjoying those unspeakable blessings. God then is in no wise prompt to punish only, but also to confer benefits, and for this last more than for the first. But why hath he put the reward once only, the punishment twice? He knows that this would be more apt to correct us. For this cause, when he had said, Fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell, he saith again, him will I also deny. So doth Paul also, continually making mention of hell. Thus we see that he, having by all ways trained on his scholar, both by opening heaven to him, and by setting before him that fearful judgment seat, and by pointing to the amphitheatre of angels, and how in the midst of them the crowns shall be proclaimed, which thing would thenceforth prepare the way for the word of godliness to be very easily received. In what follows, lest they grow timid and the word be hindered, he bids them be prepared even for slaughter itself, to make them aware that such as continue in their error will have to suffer, among other things, for plotting against them. Let us therefore despise death, although the time be not come that requires it of us, for indeed it will translate us to a far better life. But the body decays. Why, on this account most especially we ought to rejoice, because death decays, and mortality perishes, not the substance of the body. For neither shouldest thou see a statue being cast, wouldest thou call the process destruction, but an improved formation. Just so do thou reason also concerning the body, and do not bewail. Then it were right to bewail, had it remained in its chastisement. But, saith one, this ought to take place without the decay of our bodies. They should continue entire. And what would this have advantaged either the living or the departed? How long are ye lovers of the body? How long are ye riveted to the earth and gaping after shadows? Why, what good would this have done? Or rather, what harm would it not have done? For did our bodies not decay, in the first place the greatest of all evils, pride, would have continued with many. For if even while this is going on, and worms gushing out, many have earnestly sought to be gods, what would not have been the result did the body continue? In the second place, it would not be believed to be of earth. For if, its end witnessing this, some yet doubt, what would they not have suspected if they did not see this? Thirdly, the bodies would have been excessively loved, and most men would have become more carnal and gross. And if even now some cleave to men's tombs and coffins, after that themselves have perished, what would they not have done, if they had even their image preserved? Fourthly, they would not have earnestly desired the things to come. Fifthly, they that say the world is eternal would have been more confirmed, and would have denied God as Creator. Sixthly, they would not have known the excellence of the soul, and how great a thing is the presence of a soul in a body. Seventhly, many of them that lose their relations would have left their cities, and have dwelt in the tombs, and have become frantic, conversing continually with their own dead. For if even now men form to themselves images, since they cannot keep the body, for neither is it possible, but whether they will or no it glides and hurries from them, and are riveted to the planks of wood, what monstrous thing would they not then have devised? To my thinking, the generality would have even built temples for such bodies, and they that are skilled in such sorceries would have persuaded evil spirits to speak through them. Since at least even now, they that venture on the arts of necromancy attempt many things more out of the way than these. And how many idolatries would not have arisen from hence, when men even after the dust and ashes are yet eager in those practices? God, therefore, to take away all our extravagances, and to teach us to stand off from all earthly things, destroys the bodies before our eyes. For even he that is enamored of bodies, and is greatly affected at the sight of a beautiful damsel, if he will not learn by discourse the deformity of that substance, shall know it by the very sight. Yea, many of the like age with her whom he loves, and oftentimes also fairer, being dead, after the first or second day, have emitted an ill savour, and foul matter, and decay with worms. Imagine then what sort of beauty thou lovest, and what sort of elegance has power so to disturb thee. But if the bodies did not decay, this would not be well known. But as evil spirits run unto men's graves, so also many of our lovers, continually sitting by the tombs, would have received evil spirits in their soul, and would quickly have perished in this grievous madness. But as it is, together with all other things, this also comforts the soul, that the form is not seen. It brings men to forgetfulness of their affliction. Indeed, if this were not so, there would be no tombs at all, but thou wouldst see our cities having corpses instead of statues, each man desiring to look upon his own dead. And much confusion would arise hence, and none of the ordinary sort would attend to his soul, nor would give room to the doctrine of immortality to enter in. And many other things too, more shocking than these, would have resulted, which even to speak of were unseemly. Wherefore it decays presently, that thou mightest see unveiled the beauty of the soul. For if she be the procurer of all that beauty and life, much more excellent must she herself be. And if she preserve that which is so deformed and unsightly, much more herself. For it is not the body wherein the beauty lies, but the expression and the bloom which is shed over its substance by the soul. Now then, I bid thee love that which makes the body also to appear such as it is. And why speak I of death? Nay, even in life itself, I would have thee mark how all is hers that is beautiful. For whether she be pleased, she showers roses over the cheeks, and whether she be pained, she takes that beauty, and involves it in all a dark robe. And if she be continually in mirth, the body improves in condition. If in grief, she renders the same thinner and weaker than a spider's web. If in wrath, she hath made it again abominable and foul. If she show the eye calm, great is the beauty that she bestows. If she express envy, very pale and livid is the hue she sheds over us. If love, abundant the gracefulness she at once confers. Thus in fact many women, not being beautiful in feature, have derived much grace from the soul. Others again of brilliant bloom, by having an ungracious soul, have marred their beauty. Consider how a face that is pale grows red, and by the variation of color produces great delight, when there is need of shame and blushing. As, on the other hand, if it be shameless, it makes the countenance more unpleasing than any monster. For nothing is fairer, nothing sweeter than a beauteous soul. For while as to bodies the longing is with pain, in the case of souls the pleasure is pure and calm. Why then let go the king, and be wild about the herald? Why leave the philosopher, and gape after his interpreter? Hast thou seen a beautiful eye? Acquaint thyself with that which is within. And if that be not beautiful, despise this likewise. For surely, didst thou see an ill-favored woman wearing a beautiful mask, she would make no impression on thee. Just as on the other hand, neither wouldst thou suffer one fair and beautiful to be disguised by the mask, but wouldst take it away, as choosing to see her beauty unveiled. This then I bid thee do in regard of the soul also, and acquaint thyself with it first. For this is clad with the body instead of a mask, wherefore also that abides such as it is. But the other, though it be misshapen, may quickly become beautiful. Though it have an eye that is unsightly and harsh and fierce, it may become beautiful, mild, calm, sweet-tempered, gentle. This beauty therefore let us seek, this countenance let us adorn, that God also may have pleasure in our beauty, and impart to us of his everlasting blessings, by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory and might for ever and ever. Amen. End of Homily 34. Homily 35, Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew, by St. John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 35, Matthew 10, 34 through 42. Think not that I am come to send peace on earth. I am not come to send peace, but a sword. Again, he sets forth the things that are more painful, and that with great aggravation, and the objection they were sure to meet him with, he prevents them by stating, I mean, lest hearing this they should say, For this then art thou come, to destroy both us and them that obey us, and to fill the earth with war. He first saith himself, I am not come to send peace on earth. How then did he enjoin them to pronounce peace on entering into each house? And again, how did the angels say, Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace? And how came all the prophets too to publish it for good tidings? Because this more than anything is peace, when the diseased is cut off, when the mutinous is removed. For thus it is possible for heaven to be united to earth, since the physician too in this way preserves the rest of the body, when he amputates the incurable part, and the general, when he has brought to a separation them that were agreed in mischief. Thus it came to pass also in the case of that famous tower, for their evil peace was ended by their good discord, and peace made thereby. Thus Paul also divided them that were conspiring against him. And in Naboth's case that agreement was at the same time more grievous than any war. For concord is not in every case a good thing, since even robbers agree together. The war is not then the effect of his purpose, but of their temper. For his will indeed was that all should agree in the word of godliness. But because they fell to dissension, war arises. Yet he spake not so, but what saith he? I am not come to send peace, comforting them. As if he said, For think not that ye are to blame for these things. It is I who order them so, because men are so disposed. Be not ye therefore confounded, as though the events happened against expectation. To this end am I come, to send war among men. For this is my will. Be not ye therefore troubled when the earth is at war, as though it were subject to some hostile device. For when the worst part is rent away, then after that heaven is knit unto the better. And these things he saith, strengthening them against the evil suspicion of the multitude. And he said not war, but what is more grievous than it, a sword. And if there be somewhat painful in these expressions, and of an alarming emphasis, marvel not. For, it being his will to train their ears by the severity of his words, lest in their difficult circumstances they should start aside, he fashioned his discourse accordingly. Lest any one should say it was by flattery he persuaded them, and by concealing the hardships. Therefore, even of those things which merited to be otherwise expressed, he gave by his words the more galling and painful turn. For it is better to see persons' gentleness in things than in words. Wherefore neither with this was he satisfied, but unfolds also the very nature of the war, signifying it to be far more grievous even than a civil war. And he saith, I am come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. For not friends only, saith he, nor fellow citizens, but even kinsmen shall stand against one another, and nature shall be divided against herself. For I am come, saith he, to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. That is, not merely among those of the same household is the war, but among those that are dearest, and extremely near to each other. And this more than anything signifies his power, that hearing these things, they both accepted him, and set about persuading all others. Yet was it not he that did this? Of course not, but the wickedness of the other sort. Nevertheless, he saith it is his own doing, for such is the custom of the Scripture. Yea, and elsewhere also he saith, God hath given them eyes that they should not see. And here he speaks in this way, in order that having, as I said before, exercised themselves in these words, they might not be confounded on suffering reproaches and insults. But if any think these things intolerable, let them be reminded of an ancient history. For in times of old also this came to pass, which thing especially shows the old covenant to be akin to the new, and him who is here speaking, the same with the giver of those commands. I mean that in the case of the Jews also, when each had slain his neighbor, then he laid aside his anger against them, both when they had made the calf, and when they were joined to Baal Peor. Where then are they that say, that God is evil, and this good? For behold, he hath filled the world with blood, shed by kinsmen. Nevertheless, even this we affirm to be a work of great love towards man. Therefore, you see, implying that it was he who approved those other acts also, he makes mention also of a prophecy, which if not spoken for this end, yet involves the same meaning. And what is this? A man's foes shall be they of his own household. For indeed among the Jews also something of the kind took place. That is, there were prophets and false prophets, and the people was divided, and families were in dissension, and some believed the one, and some the other. Wherefore the prophet admonishes, saying, Trust ye not in friends, have not hope in guides. Yea, even of her that lieth in thy bosom beware, in respect of communicating aught to her. And a man's enemies are the men that are in his own house. And this he said, preparing him that should receive the word to be above all. For to die is not evil, but to die an evil death. On this account he said moreover, I am come to cast fire upon the earth. And this he said, to declare the vehemence and warmth of the love which he required. For because he loved us very much, so he will likewise be loved of us. And these sayings would strengthen the persons present also, and lift them higher. For if those others, saith he, are to despise kinsmen and children and parents, imagine what manner of men ye their teachers ought to be. Since neither will the hardship stop with you, but will also pass on to the rest. For since I am come bringing great blessings, I demand also great obedience and purpose of heart. He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me, and he that taketh not his cross and followeth after me is not worthy of me. Seest thou a teacher's dignity? Seest thou how he signifies himself a true son of him that begat him, commanding us to let go all things beneath, and to take in preference the love of him? And why speak I, saith he, of friends and kinsmen? Even if it be thine own life which thou preferest to my love, thy place is far from my disciples. What then? Are not these things contrary to the Old Testament? Far from it. Rather, they are very much in harmony therewith. For there too he commands not only to hate the worshippers of idols, but even to stone them. And in Deuteronomy again, admiring these, he saith, Who said unto his father and to his mother, I have not seen thee, neither did he acknowledge his brethren, and his own sons he disowned. He kept thy oracles. And if Paul gives many directions touching parents, commanding us to obey them in all things, marvel not. For in those things only doth he mean us to obey, as many as do not hinder godliness. For indeed it is a sacred duty to render them all other honors, but when they demand more than is due, one ought not to obey. For this reason Luke saith, If any man come to me, and hate not his father, and mother, and wife, and children, and brethren and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple. Not commanding simply to hate them, since this were even quite contrary to the law. But when one desires to be loved more than I am, hate him in this respect. For this ruins both the beloved himself and the lover. And these things he said, both to render the children more determined, and to make the fathers more gentle, that would hinder them. For when they saw he had such strength and power as to sever their children from them, they, as attempting things impossible, would even desist. Wherefore also he leaves the fathers, and addresses his discourse to the children, instructing the former not to make the attempt, as attempting things impracticable. Then, lest they should be indignant, or count it hard, see which way he makes his argument tend, in that having said, who hateth not father and mother, he adds, and his own life. For why dost thou speak to me of parents, saith he, and brothers and sisters and wife? Nothing is nearer than the life to any man. Yet if thou hate not this also, thou must bear in all things the opposite of his lot who loveth me. And not even simply to hate it was his command, but so as to expose it to war, and to battles, and to slaughters and blood. For he that beareth not his cross, and cometh after me, cannot be my disciple. Thus he said not merely that we must stand against death, but also against a violent death, and not violent only, but ignominious too. And he discourses nothing as yet of his own passion, that when they had been for a time instructed in these things, they might more easily receive his word concerning it. Is there not, therefore, cause for amazement, how on their hearing these things, their soul did not wing its way from the body, the hardships being everywhere at hand, and the good things in expectation? How then did it not flee away? Great was both the power of the speaker and the love of the hearers. Wherefore, though hearing things far more intolerable and galling than those great men, Moses and Jeremiah, they continued to obey, and to say nothing against it. He that findeth his life, saith he, shall lose it, and he that loseth his life for my sake shall find it. Seest thou how great the damage to such as love it unduly? How great the gain to them that hate it? I mean, because the injunctions were disagreeable, when he was bidding them set themselves against parents and children and nature, and kindred and the world and their very soul. He sets forth the prophet also, being very great. Thus, these things, saith he, so far from harming, will very greatly profit, and their opposites will injure, urging them, as he ever doth, by the very things which they desire. For why art thou willing to despise thy life? Because thou lovest it? Then for that very reason despise it, and so thou wilt advantage it in the highest degree, and do the part of one that loves it. And mark an instance of unspeakable consideration. For not in respect of our parents only doth he practice this reasoning, nor of our children, but with regard to our life, which is nearer than all, that the other point may thenceforth become unquestionable, and they may learn that they will in this way profit those of their kindred likewise, as much as may be, since so it is in the case even of our life, which is more essential to us than all. Now these things were enough to recommend men to receive them, their appointed healers. Yea, who would choose but receive with all readiness them that were so noble, such true heroes, and as lions running about the earth, and despising all that pertain to themselves, so that others might be saved? Yet nevertheless he proffers also another reward, indicating that he is caring here for the entertainers more than for the guest. And the first honor he confers is by saying, He that receiveth you receiveth me, and he that receiveth me receiveth him that sent me. With this, what may compare? That one should receive the Father and the Son. But he holds out herewith another reward also. He, saith he, that receiveth a prophet in the name of a prophet shall receive a prophet's reward. And he that receiveth a righteous man in the name of a righteous man shall receive a righteous man's reward. And as before he threatens punishment to such as do not receive them, here he defines also a certain refreshment for the good. And to teach thee his greater care for them, he said not simply, he that receiveth a prophet, or he that receiveth a righteous man, but subjoined, in the name of a prophet, and in the name of a righteous man. That is, if not for any worldly preferment, nor for any other temporal thing he receive them, but because he is either a prophet or a righteous man, he shall receive a prophet's reward, and a righteous man's reward, such as it were meet for him to have, that hath received a prophet or a righteous man, or such as that other is himself to receive, which kind of thing Paul also said, that your abundance may be a supply for their want, that their abundance also may be a supply for your want. Then, lest any one should allege poverty, he saith, or whosoever shall give to drink unto one of these little ones a cup of cold water only, in the name of a disciple, verily I say unto you, he shall in no wise lose his reward. Though a cup of cold water be thy gift, on which there is nothing laid out, even of this shall a reward be stored up for thee. For I do all things for the sake of you, the receivers. Seest thou what mighty persuasions he used, and how he opened to them the houses of the whole world? Yea, he signified that men are their debtors. First, by saying, the workman is worthy of his hire. Secondly, by sending them forth as having nothing. Thirdly, by giving them up to wars and fightings in behalf of them that receive them. Fourthly, by committing to them miracles also. Fifthly, and that he did by their lips introduce peace, the cause of all blessings, into the houses of such as receive them. Sixthly, by threatening things more grievous than Sodom to such as receive them not. Seventhly, by signifying that as many as welcome them are receiving both himself and the Father. Eighthly, by promising both a prophet's and a righteous man's reward. Ninthly, by undertaking that the recompenses shall be great, even for a cup of cold water. Now each one of these things, even by itself, were enough to attract them. For who, tell me, when a leader of armies wounded in innumerable places, and died in blood, came in sight, returning after many trophies from war and conflict, would not receive him, throwing open every door in his house? But who now is like this, one may say? Therefore he added, in the name of a disciple, and of a prophet, and of a righteous man, to instruct thee that not for the worthiness of the visitor, but for the purpose of him that gives welcome, is his reward appointed. For though here he speaks of prophets and righteous men and disciples, yet elsewhere he bids men receive the veriest outcast, and punishes such as fail to do so. For inasmuch as ye did it not to one of the least of these, ye did it not to me. And the converse again he affirms with respect to the same persons. Since though he may be doing no such great work, he is a man, inhabiting the same world with thee, beholding the same Son, having the same soul, the same Lord, a partaker with thee of the same mysteries, called to the same heaven with thee, having a strong claim, his poverty, and his want of necessary food. But now they that waken thee with flutes and pipes in the winter season, and disturb thee without purpose or fruit, depart from thee receiving many gifts. And they that carry about swallows, and smut themselves over, and abuse every one, receive a reward for this their conjuration. But if there come to thee a poor man wanting bread, there is no end of revilings, and reproaches, and charges of idleness, and upbraidings, and insults, and jeers. And thou considerest not with thyself, that thou too art idle, and yet God giveth thee his gifts. For tell me not this, that thou too art doing somewhat, but point me out this rather, if it be anything really needful that thou doest, and art busy about. But if thou tellest one of the money-getting, and of traffic, and of the care and increase of thy goods, I also would say unto thee, not these, but alms, and prayers, and the protection of the injured, and all such things are truly works, with respect to which we live in thorough idleness. Yet God never told us, because thou art idle, I light not up the sun for thee. Because thou doest nothing of real consequence, I quench the moon. I paralyze the womb of the earth. I restrain the lakes, the fountains, the rivers. I blot out the atmosphere. I withhold the annual rains. But he gives us all abundantly. And to some that are not merely idle, but even doing evil, he freely gives the benefit of these things. When therefore thou seest a poor man and sayest, it stops my breath that this fellow, young as he is and healthy, having nothing, would fain be fed in idleness, he is surely some slave and runaway, and hath deserted his proper master. I bid thee speak these same words to thyself, or rather permit him freely to speak them unto thee, and he will say with more justice, it stops my breath that thou, being healthy, art idle, and practiseth none of the things which God hath commanded, but having run away from the commandments of thy Lord, goest about dwelling in wickedness, as in a strange land, in drunkenness, in surfeiting, in theft, in extortion, in subverting other men's houses. And thou indeed imputest idleness, but I evil works, in thy plotting, in thy swearing, in thy lying, in thy spoiling, in thy doing innumerable such things. And this I say, not as making a law in favor of idleness, far from it, but rather very earnestly wishing all to be employed, for sloth is the teacher of all wickedness. But I beseech you not to be unmerciful nor cruel, since Paul also, having made infinite complaints, and said, if any will not work, neither let him eat, stopped not at this, but added, but ye, be not weary in well-doing. Nay, but these things are contradictory. For if thou hadst commanded for them not to eat, how exhortest thou us to give? I do so, saith he, for I have also commanded to avoid them, and to have no company with them. And again I said, count them not as enemies, but admonish them, not making contradictory laws, but such as are quite in unison with each other. Because if thou art prompt to mercy, both he, the poor man, will soon be rid of his idleness, and thou of thy cruelty. But he hath many lies and inventions, you will reply. Well, hence again is he pitiable, for that he hath fallen into such distress, as to be hardened even in such doings. But we, so far from pitying, add even those cruel words. Hast thou not received once and again? So we talk. What then? Because he was once fed, hath he no need to be fed again? Why dost thou not make these laws for thine own belly also, and say to it likewise, thou wert filled yesterday, and the day before, seek it not now? But while thou fillest that beyond measure, even to bursting, from him thou turnest away, when he asks but what is moderate. Whereas thou oughtest therefore to pity him, because he is constrained to come to thee every day. Yea, if naught else incline thee to him, thou shouldest pity him because of this. For by the constraint of his poverty is forced on these things, and doeth them. And thou dost not pity him, because, being so spoken to, he feels no shame. The reason being, that his want is too strong for him. Nay, thou, instead of pitying, dost even make a show of him. And whereas God hath commanded to give secretly, thou standest exposing publicly him that hath accosted thee, and upbraiding him. For what ought to move thy pity? Why, if thou art not minded to give, to what end add reproach, and bruise that weary and wretched soul? He came as unto a harbour, seeking help at thine hands. Why stir up waves, and make the storm more grievous? Why dost thou condemn him of meanness? What? Had he thought to hear such things, would he have come to thee? Or if he actually came foreseeing this, good cause therefore both to pity him, and to shudder at thine own cruelty, that not even so, when thou seest an inexorable necessity laid upon him, dost thou become more gentle, nor judgest him to have a sufficient excuse for his importunity in the dread of hunger, but accusest him of impudence. And yet hast thou often thyself practised greater impudence, yea, in respect of grievous matters. For while here the very impudence brings with it ground of pardon, we, often doing things punishable, brazen it out, and when we ought to bear all that in mind, and to be humble, we even trample on those miserable men. And when they ask medicines, we add to their wounds. I say, if thou wilt not give, yet why dost thou strike? If thou wilt not be bounteous, yet why be insolent? But he submits not to be put off in any other way. Well then, as that wise man commanded, so do. Answer him peaceable words with meekness. For not of his own accord, surely, is he so very importunate. For there is not, there cannot be, any man desiring to be put to shame for its own sake. How much soever any may contend, I cannot yield ever to be convinced that a man who is living in plenty would choose to beg. Let no man then beguile us with arguments. But although Paul saith, if any will not work, neither let him eat, to them he saith it. But to us he saith not this, but, on the contrary, be not weary in well-doing. Even thus we do at home. When any two are striving with each other, we take each apart, and give them the opposite advice. This did God also in Moses. For while to God he said, if thou wilt forgive them their sin, forgive it, else blot me out also. Them on the contrary he commanded to slay one another, and all that pertain to them. Yet these things are contrary, nevertheless both look to one end. Again God said to Moses in the hearing of the Jews, let me alone, that I may consume the people. For though they were not present when God was saying this, yet they were to hear it afterwards. But privately he gives him directions of the opposite tenor. And this Moses upon constraint revealed afterwards, thus saying, what? Did I conceive them, that thou sayest to me, carry them as a nurse would carry the suckling child in her bosom? These things are done also in houses, and often a father, while he blames the tutor in private for having used his child reproachfully, saying, be not rough nor hard, to the youth speaks in the contrary way. Though thou be reproached unjustly, bear it, out of those opposites making up some one wholesome result. Thus also Paul said to such as are in health and beg, if any man will not work, neither let him eat, that he may urge them into employment. But to such as can show mercy, ye for your part be not weary in well-doing, that he may lead them to give alms. So also, when he was admonishing those of the Gentiles in his epistle to the Romans, not to be high-minded against the Jews, he brought forward also the wild olive, and he seems to be saying one thing to these, another to those. Let us not therefore fall away into cruelty, but let us listen to Paul saying, be not weary in well-doing. Let us listen to the Lord who saith, Give to every man that asketh of thee, and be ye merciful as your Father. And though he hath spoken of many things, he hath nowhere used this expression, but with regard to our deeds of mercy only. For nothing so equals us with God as doing good. But nothing is more shameless, saith one, than a poor man. Why, I pray thee? Because he runs up and cries out after thee? Wilt thou then let me point out how we are more importunate than they, and very shameless? Remember, I say, now at the season of the fast, how often, when thy table was spread at eventide, and thou hadst called thy ministering servant, on his moving rather leisurely, thou hast overset everything, kicking, insulting, reviling, merely about a little delay, although fully assured that if not immediately, yet a little after thou shalt enjoy thy victuals. Upon which thou dost not call thyself impudent, changed as thou art into a wild beast for nothing. But the poor man, alarmed and trembling about his greater interest, for not about delay, but about famine is all his fear. Him dost thou call audacious, and shameless, and impudent, and all the most opprobrious names. Nay, how is this anything but extreme impudence? But these things we do not consider. Therefore we account such men troublesome, since if we at all searched into our own doings, and compared them with theirs, we should not have thought them intolerable. Be not then a severe judge. Why, if thou wert clear of all sins, not even then would the law of God permit thee to be strict in searching out other men's sins. And if the Pharisee perished on this account, what defense are we to find? If he suffer not such as have done well to be bitter in searching out other men's doings, much less them that have offended. Let us not then be savage, nor cruel, not without natural feeling, not implacable, not worse than wild beast. For I know many to have gone even so far in brutishness as for a little trouble to slight famishing persons, and to say these words, I have no servant now with me. We are far from home. There is no money changer that I know. O cruelty! Didst thou promise the greater, and dost thou not fulfill the less? To save thy walking a little way, doth he perish with hunger? O insolence, O pride! Why, if it were 10 furlongs to be walked, oughtest thou to be backward? Doth it not even come into thy mind that so thy reward is made greater? For whereas when thou givest, thou receivest reward for the gift only, when thou thyself also goest, for this again is appointed thee a recompense. Yea, the patriarch himself we admire for this, that in his own person he ran to the herd, and snatched up the calf, and that when he had 318 servants born in his house. But now some are filled with so much pride as to do these things by servants, and not to be ashamed. But dost thou require me to do these things myself, one may say? How then shall I not seem to be vainglorious? Nay, but as it is, thou art led by another kind of vainglory to do this, being ashamed to be seen talking with a poor man. But I am in no respect strict about this. Only give, whether by thyself or by another thou art minded to do so. And do not accuse, do not smite, do not revile. For medicines, not wounds, doth he need who comes unto thee. Mercy, not a sword. For tell me, if any one who had been smitten with a stone, and had received a wound in his head, were to let go all others, and run unto thy knees, drenched in his blood, wouldest thou indeed smite him with another stone, and add unto him another wound? I for my part think not, but even as it was, thou wouldst endeavour to cure it. Why then doest thou the contrary with respect to the poor? Knowest thou not how much power a word hath, both to raise up and to cast down? For a word, it is said, is better than a gift. Dost thou not consider that thou art thrusting the sword into thyself, and art receiving a more grievous wound, when he, being reviled, silently withdraws, with groans and many tears? Since indeed of God he is sent unto thee. Consider then, in insulting him, upon whom thou art causing the insult to pass, when God indeed sends him unto thee, and commands thee to give, but thou, so far from giving, dost even insult him on his coming. And if thou art not aware how exceedingly amiss this is, look at it as among men, and then thou wilt fully know the greatness of this sin, as thus: if a servant of thine had been commanded by thee to go to another servant, who had money of thine, to receive it, and were to come back not only with empty hands, but also with despiteful usage, what wouldest thou not do to him that had wrought the insult? What penalty wouldest thou not exact, as though, after this, it were thyself that had been ill used? This reckoning do thou make in regard of God also. For truly it is he that sends the poor to us, and of his we give, if indeed we do give. But if, besides not giving, we also send them away insulted, consider how many bolts, how many thunders, that which we are doing deserves. Duly considering then all these things, let us both bridle our tongue, and put away inhumanity, and let us stretch forth the hand to give alms, and not with money only, but with words also. Let us relieve such as are in need, that we may both escape the punishment for reviling, and may inherit the kingdom which is for blessing and almsgiving. By the grace and love towards men of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory and might for ever and ever. Amen. End of Homily 35.